Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Welcome home. Give me a second to get the right scene. Yeah, great. Hello everyone. How you doing tonight? Hope you had a great Wednesday, great start of your week wherever you are over the world, be it morning or nighttime. Here in France, it's not only nighttime because we switched. I don't know if you guys know. Yo Ray, yo Fly, yo Yuko, brother. I don't know if you guys know, but in France, we have a thing. Every 6 months, we either switch an hour +1 or -1. Every 6 months. So for 6 months, we are +1, then we are 0, then +1, then 0. And now is what we call winter time, which means we are 1 hour earlier than the sun. And so it's night out there, complete dark night, and it's fucking cold. it's fucking cold. Oh, yo, Grants. Okay, gotcha. Now I will know now who's behind the name. So I hope you guys doing great. Hope you guys are excited for the Ahri profile. Everything set up. I can show you. We have some pretty decent setup this time because last time I can tell you what, it was kind of trash. The setup, but I did make sure to so this one, I think. Oh no, this one. Yup. I did make sure to upgrade the setup a bit. So you guys can see this. Normally it's way more focused than it was before. And then right here. Wait, let me try to snipe it. Right here is you guys when you chat. You supposedly pop up here. And then I'm here. Hello. So it should be great. Should be working properly. And also we have a lot to say tonight. So let me just get back to the correct scene. We have a lot to say, so much that I did take notes. I did take notes of everything I wanted to mention on stream tonight because there's a fucking lot. We got a lot of news since last week. Not so many code reveals, but it's the last week before we get a load of code reveals. By the way, I did not open this, but maybe we should start with this. As you guys know, we are going with the flow. You starting to know the streams. Thanks, by the way, to all the follows and all the subs while I was away. I guess you guys were watching votes and enjoyed it, so feel free. And if you watch this vote in whatever time, thank you for being here and for supporting the channel. It's rather important. I'm trying to develop my platform as a creator. I'm cooking some stuff right now, by the way. Don't want to tease too much, but I'm pretty excited about what I'm going to try and create on the channel. And I'm hoping you guys will like it too, but just know that I'm working a lot, whether it's on YouTube, Twitch, but also behind the scenes to make stuff happen. So it's going to be pretty exciting times, I feel. So yeah, what I wanted to say was that the first thing that we should say before, let's start with the news actually. There are a lot of news for this week. We got 2 new codes revealed to us, one in a TFT trailer, the other one was, I can't remember where, but it's kind of the talk of the town for the past days. So we're going to, of course, talk about these 2 codes. The first thing I want to mention is the first official mention of the Spiritforged preview season. And so as you guys may know or may not, if you were not here for set 1 preview season, which was rather earlier in the year because of the Chinese release being earlier than ours, we will have, just as for set 1, a Spiritforged preview season, including those cards that we know about already, but also we now have an official schedule to see where we will have cards revealed. And so you just have to scroll to the bottom of this article, and then you have a list of all of the creators that are going to be releasing new cards on their socials, be it YouTube, Twitch. I think some of them are only on socials like Twitter and whatever. Wide variety of creators though. So we have friends, Robalas, we have Gudu that you might have seen me with on IRL streams already. We also have influencers from other games, newer Riftbound influencers, and so on and so on. So a lot of reveals scheduled, and it's not near enough like we're not getting all of the cards from these reveals. So what I'm expecting is that these Riftbound Socials Chinese and Riftbound Social English are going to be quote unquote mass reveals. Like they're going to drop maybe 5, maybe 10 cards each time. So as you guys can see, it's basically every week. We have some on the 24th, which is in about 5 days. So I would say next Monday, no? Yeah, it's next Monday. I think so. Yeah, it's next Monday. So starting next Monday, then next Wednesday, then the Friday after that, then the Monday again, and then the Wednesday again. So next week and the week after that, we're going to have a lot of cards to review, to analyze, to try and guess the formats, top decks, and so on and so on. So once again, exciting times ahead, and we are going to enjoy all of this together. So tonight is kind of the last night, quote unquote, before we jump into that like full-on reveal season. So I hope you guys are as excited as I am, but we still have a lot to do tonight. Mode Hound, I don't know about Mode Hound. Who's Mode Hound? Can we check? I guess we can. YouTube? Mode Hound is Magic. Alright, Magic Influencer. I've not played Magic competitively, so like it's a game in which I don't know people, like influencers and stuff. But like feel free to educate me. Probably some of them I'll be working with in the future, hopefully. So that was it regarding the reveal season, but we also have new information coming from other sources. And by other sources, I mean mostly Twitter, because that's where I search for my data most of the time. That's where I try to follow useful accounts. By the way, if you guys want to like have a list of useful Riftbound accounts to follow, we could do that. Sometimes I guess I could like give you everyone I follow as like a source of information. And like we have had reveals made to us. Not so sure if it's completely accurate or if it's like a bit like suspicious, shady, I don't know. But here we are, and we can start with that. This is the first image that got traction this week on socials. MTG creator, not competitive, more for casual formats, but cool, dude. Okay, great. Well, I mean, we need creators for every type of player, right? Tryharder, casual, whatever. So pretty cool that some of them are making it, doing content for more casual player. I don't want to use casual too much because like most of the time, casual sounds like I'm like being negative about you, right? I'm saying like, hey, you're a casual player, like trying to put you down. But like that's not the point at all. You can be casual and just enjoy the game. I guess most of you guys that are watching me are not casuals because like my content is not casual friendly. But who knows? Like feel free. If you're a casual and you're here, welcome. Say hello to the chat. So this is the first image that got traction this week on Twitter, and it supposedly is a reveal for some sort of booth in China for the promotion of Spiritforged, right? The second set of the game, we know about it already, reveal season started, blah, 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 blah. The problem we have here is that we have two informations that we were not aware of. First of them is that we know about the 12th champion of the set, the only champion that we did not know the name of yet, and this champion apparently is Jax. So let me just get out the pen so you guys can see because it's a bit blurry. But like this guy, just let the pen start. Yeah, I'm French. Yo, Rukia, welcome. Yeah, I'm French. Here. Kitty Cat wants to come in. Give me a second. Okay, great. So, this guy is Jax. If you guys don't know Jax, we can take a look at Jax. He's, of course, a famous champion from League of Legends. Let me check. Here we go. Let me clear this. Yeah, perfect. So this is Jax. He's been reworked since then to look a bit more, I'd say, sharp. Can I Jax League of Legends rework? Yeah, but I mean, it's that guy, right? Is a bit sharper than he was before. He was goofier before. Now he's a bit sharper, but like, okay, people were already expecting that Jax was going to be in set 2, because like in Legends of Runeterra, so the original Riot card game, if you will, Jax was one of the champion that introduced both gears and weapon master as keywords. Equipments as gears and weapon master as keywords. So some people that played a Legend of Runeterra already expected that Jax would be the 12th champion, but we had no official information about that yet. Because now it seems like we do, and apparently Jax is the 12th champion in the set, which kind of fits what we were expecting too. Because like last week with Randy, we tried to guess which legend would be which color and like what effect would they have. And we were kind of stuck with having a like calm mind champion and a calm body champion in Ord, and what we thought at the time was Yoni. And we were not certain which one was going to be like which one. And potentially Jax could be either green-orange or green-blue. And that would kind of make sense in the like overall lore of the character, right? Now, another info that we did not know about at the time was that this guy is Rumble, right? We knew about it already. We have a Rumble in set 2. This girl is Sivir. This one is Renata. This one is Ezreal. This one is Azir. This one is Irelia. This one is Fiora. This one, I told ya, is Jax. This one is Ornn. And this one is Draven. And this one is Lucian. So all of these we knew already. But because of some display leaks from like some time ago, which were, I think they're in the tweet, like this tweet maybe? Yeah, here. People thought Yone was going to be in this set. Which like this picture surely looks like Yone, right? Like you could guess this champion is Yone, for sure. But then if this leak is true, we don't see Yone, because like the only one that we don't know the name of would be this one. And so people have been trying to clear that image a bit, and turns out we are apparently facing Rek'Sai. So for you guys who don't know League, Rek'Sai is another champ from League, another important character from the League universe. Basically, she's some sort of monster coming from a void gate, so a portal that goes straight to the void dimension. And what would make sense in my head if we have Rek'Sai instead of Yone is that Rek'Sai could way more seem like a Fury Order champion, so red-yellow champion, than Yone would. Because like, remember, if you guys were here last week or you guys saw the video, last week we were trying to guess and we were like, but Yone has to be yellow-red because of other champs being their colors, but then it would not make sense for Yone to be yellow-red. In my opinion, it would make more sense for Rek'Sai, as I think Order, so yellow, focuses more on like the leadership parts of the thing, like establishing a society. We have Darius, commander of the Noxus Knights. We have Azir, commander of the Sand Soldiers. We have Victor, commander of the Arcane Slaves, whatever you want to call them. And Rek'Sai is supposedly the bigger of her species, kind of the queen of her species from the Voids. I think they're Xerxai or something like that. So I could see Order in there as she's at the top of the chain of her species, and others have to respect her as the mother of like whatever species. So I could see Rek'Sai being our missing piece in like yellow and red, and then everything would like kind of click together and make sense in Jax being either green-blue or green-orange, and then Ornn being the other combination, and we would have something that would be fitting. So I'm kind of tempted to believe that this Rek'Sai port is true, and that we are indeed seeing Rek'Sai instead of Yone. But then the question would be, where does this come from? This is something that we don't have intel on yet, but probably, potentially, we are seeing Rek'Sai instead of Yon. So sorry, Yon fans, but if that's the case, I would not mind it, because I think Yon could make a great champ at any time, and Rek'Sai too. So like, let's just let time do its work, right? So that's about it for the 2 new champion leaks. No official confirmation yet. I can't tell you this is 100% what's going to happen. It would seem more logical in my opinion, but like, could be wrong. Once again, I'm just like trying to guess at this point and not saying like anything is official or whatever. I'm so hyped for Rek'Sai. I think Rek'Sai could very well be that yellow-red champion, and I would be pretty hyped too, because if I'm not mistaken, that would be the first Void champion, and I think Void could bring in some very interesting mechanics. So pretty interested in like what Rek'Sai could bring to the table. That being said, we also had this. We could talk about this first. Kai'Sa is partially Void. Yeah, true. Like, she's living in the... I think now she's living on Runeterra and not in the Void anymore. But you're right that she has part of her that belongs to the Void. So I could see that too. This was also revealed this week. These are going to be the runes for the Nexus Knight packs for set 2. So that confirms 2 things. One of them was like almost confirmed already, and the other one was like suspected. First thing is that we are going to have Nexus Knight packs that change for every set, which is pretty sick. So you have a full set to collect your Nexus Knight playsets, special foes, special runes, GG Easy Teemo, and so on and so on. And then starting set 2, we are kicking set 1 of Nexus Knights out of the door, and we are bringing in set 2 with new runes, and that's the second point. We will have more than one alt-art rune, because we already have the ones from the main sets, and we already had the ones from Nexus Knights. And like, we were kind of guessing already that these would be updated as time goes on, and we would have extra artworks. But like, this is pretty fast, and these are pretty sick. So we can expect to have more runes coming in the future in new variants. And I really like this idea of being able to like pimp your rune deck the way you like and give it the vibe you like, even though there are only 6 different runes in the game. So I kinda like it. Also, so I saw some people discussing it. In my opinion, it's like 100% confirmed that these rose petals are in the cards. Like, of course, these ones, the ones on the side, like these ones, are not in there. Don't get me wrong. But like, these ones being cut and all, like you can't see them going out of the cards, makes me think that these are indeed printed on the cards. And if that's the case, if we have great texturing, I'm pretty hyped. I think these are the ones I love the most as runes so much, at least these ones. Like, I think green, I still prefer the main set version so far, the tree version, if you will. And like these two, I tend to not like whatever version they are. Like, I think the main set version, they are the 2 worst ones. I think the Nexus Knight versions, they are the 2 worst ones. And I think Nexus Knight set 2, they are also the 2 worst ones. So maybe I'm just biased towards like not liking these colors. But like, I really think like the Chaos one is like, mama. The Chaos one is sick as fuck. So that's about it for runes. And now how about we get onto the main event? Something that we are 100% certain of in having 2 new cards. Let's just use like archive to show them. We have 2 new cards that have been announced this week, and both of them are like pretty strong cards in my opinion. Yo, Popcorn, how you doing, brother? Hope you're having a great evening, or wherever you are. Just a great Wednesday, basically. So these 2 cards are quote-unquote poro cards, if you will. And like, let's start with the first one that was revealed, which is Plundering Poro. Good here to help is good in Volibear. The card might be decent, yeah. The card might be decent. I think it's going to be good in Lucian. I think Volibear is going to struggle a bit in applying pressure to make the card live. but like don't think it's like going to be trash for sure. Blue Poro, I prefer not to speak. Yeah, we will start with Blue Poro. Thank you for the follow, Puppy Buddy. Thank you for the support. Welcome everyone. Hope you're doing great. So, Blue Poro, Plundering Poro, however you want to call it, is an extremely interesting card in a lot of senses. First one is that there were 2 colors missing a Poro so far, in blue and orange. We already had green Poro, that is Shield. We had yellow Poro, that is Assault. We had purple Poro, that is Vision. And we had red Poro, that is Deflect. These were the ones we knew about in set 1. And the question was, will we have Poros for other colors in blue and orange? Mostly because there's a card named Poro Herder. So I can just show you Poro, basically, yeah. So there's a card named Poro Herder, which is a card that says when you play me, if you control a Poro, you can buff me and draw 1. It's a kinda decent card, even though the Poro cost is a bit of a pain. If you control a Poro, you play a 4-might 3-cost card that allows you to draw 1. So pretty sick, right? And the question was like, are we going to have Poros for the missing colors? Because then if we don't, some decks are just never going to be able to play Poro Herder. Because if you play Poro Herder, you really want to be able to play these 6 Poros in your deck. And so we have kind of confirmation that we will have a Poro. Sorry, for missing colors. So that's the first thing about this one. The second thing, and like, yo Selenia, how you doing? The second thing, and like the biggest thing in my opinion, is that this Poro is completely cracked. Like, this so far is the best card of the set by far. Like, it's not even close. And then it's probably one of the best turn 2, if not the best turn 2, like Tomb energy card in the game so far. Plundering Poro is a 2 energy, no power cost, 2-might card that says when I conquer, you can play a gold gear token exhausted. And if you guys don't remember what a gold gear token is, let me just pop up the image right now. Here we just give me a second to find it. Yeah, here. Great. This is a gold gear token. And so this is a temporary gear that you create through effects and that you can tap and kill to generate a free power for this turn. And this is insanely cracked because like there are almost no cards in the game that generate powers so far. The ones that do are extremely expensive. In like Mazahar, if you don't know the card, Mazahar is a card that allows you to generate power, but like it's 4 energy for 3 might, so it's already under stat. Dies to Falling Star, and then you can kill a friendly unit or gear and tap Mazahar. So basically, you are killing one of your units, tapping a unit, so giving up, quote unquote, on a potential movement, and then playing an understart unit to generate 2 power that you can use this turn. But this card is too weak and too expensive. Poro, on the other hand, is like completely free. Most of the colors in the game were still lacking good turn ones. So like blue is so far ahead of the other colors now in terms of turns one. You have Sentry, which is when I die draw 1. You have Ravenbloom, and now you have Poro. So like blue has a crazy insane set of turn ones. And the fact that you are able to generate a gold gear token, so a power basically, in a color that is basing its whole gameplay of like spells and draw power is kinda insane. You could use this to reduce the cost of cards such as Mundo, Hiding Console the Past, Time Warp, Fox. So a lot of these cards that are like crucial to winning games, but the big downside is that you have to pay a lot of power to make them like ready to be played. Time Warp is 4 power, Mundo is 2 power. What else did I say? Fox Accelerated is 2 power. And also something that people are afraid of. Thank you, Jules, for the follow. Thank you, brother. Also something that people are afraid of is that this card seems to fit perfectly into what Kaisa wants to do. And Kaisa already being one of the best decks in the game, people are afraid this card is going to make it even better. I just think it's going to be a strong buff for every blue deck in like your ability to not spend power. If you guys have played into Kaisa already, several games into like a decent Kaisa player, you can already feel how frustrating that is to like, they play Fox, then they play Ikechen Rain, then they play like Falling Star, and they still have like 9-10 runes open because of the legend ability. And like this is going to make this even worse. Not sure it's a buff specifically to Kaisa, I don't think so. But I still think it's going to be a huge buff for blue overall, and Kaisa is Sports of Blue, right? Gold token is any card, not like Kaisa with... Exactly, gold token is... you can pay just generate a power, and then you can use it for whatever. You can use it for hiding, you can use it for playing units. So potentially in Kaisa you could pay for like Darius, for Fox, or you can use it to play spells. So basically it's just like this card basically says if I conquer, generate a power. It's not impossible to play around it. Like potentially if you're on Kaisa, you could have like drop your own turn 2, then keep one rune open for like X-Tech Ray or something. So it's like far from impossible to play around it, but that's still a pretty strong card, and that will for sure apply pressure in the early game. So I pretty much like that card. I think that's like almost for sure the strongest card that we've seen so far in set 2. And then we add another card. Let me just bring it here. Yeah, exactly. Another card that was revealed to us in this set 2, and that card is Here to Help. And that was also the talk of the town for this week, because Here to Help is basically a combo enabler for some cards that we mentioned as potential problem if they were able to be comboed together. I'm going to bring you examples, of course. One of them you might have seen already on my Twitter, but there are actually some of them that we are going to discuss. So basically, Here to Help is a 2 energy spell that costs a power, so not so expensive, but still could be defied. Pretty much usual stuff right now in terms of like what it will allow you to do versus its power. It's a card that you can hide. So at that point, it already gets a lot better because I'm going to tell you what I think about it, but I think it's going to be played potentially in aggro decks. And so being able to not pay energy means that you are going to be able to use all of your energy to develop your board and then just pay a rune to hide these cards. So like that's already a good start for the cards. And then it's an action, but like most likely you are going to play it from Eden 90% of the time. You may play a unit from your hand to a battlefield you control, reducing its cost by 3. So what this means is this card is the first card ever to allow you to play any units during your opponent's turn. And that, of course, means a lot of sick new interactions and also a bit of scary stuff. Different thing people like thought about. I did not think about it like myself at first. One of the viewers told me about it, a friend of mine, actually a long time viewer. The first card that everyone thought about and was scared about was Brine Ear. Because Brine Ear is a card that we mentioned when we reviewed set 1 as it's probably fine and unplayable as long as you can't drop it during your opponent's turn. That was the deal with Brine Ear. Basically what this card does is when you play me, your opponents can't play card this turn. And so the idea so far was that you could drop it during your own turn to force your opponent to react now or never react again during this turn, right? But this changed because now, thanks to Here to Help, you could potentially drop Brine Ear during your opponent's turn, and then that would mean that your opponent can't play cards this turn during his turn. So like that seems like a very powerful lock. Obviously, it comes with restrictions that I'm going to talk about right now. But like this is one of the first interactions people thought about that could be interesting. Isn't that too obvious to really be interesting? Well, there's a debate, but like in my opinion, so far, here to help is orange and Brinier is red, right? So far, if you want to play here to help Brinier, you have to play it in Volibear, right? Probably not so good. Why say? I think this specific combination of chords, this specific combo, if you will, has to be played in an aggro deck, because to be able to activate here to help, you have to get a reaction window. So basically, your opponent has to either activate an effect or start a showdown. And in facing Volibear, Volibear is so slow that if you hide a chord, your opponent could just like drop bodies, keep the battlefield they are holding, and be like, okay, whatever, I don't care. And like that would probably be enough to play around Brinier, here to help combo, right? But now we know that in set 2, we are going to see an orange-red champion. It's most likely Lucian, and probably this could be an aggro deck, because we've seen the 3-3 Lucian so far. Discords. Yeah, Discords. And Discord has Weapon Master, and the first time I conquer each turn, ready me. So basically, moving around, readying units, scoring fast points, and so on and so on. So this we know about, right? We expect Lucian to be red-orange as a legend. Popcorn as a legend. And then if Lucian is an aggro deck in orange-red, I'm not saying like this is broken. But let's say you are playing Kai'Sa, right? We are put in a realistic scenario of facing an aggro deck as Kai'Sa. Lucian is just moving his stuff around the board. You are Kai'Sa. You can probably activate like Extech Ray or something, but like you are cutting Void Seekers because they're not so good in the mirror, so you only have Ray, basically. And then you let Lucian score points, thinking, okay, but like in the late game with like Ikichin Rain, Falling Star and stuff, Foxes, I will just take over, right? That's kind of the plan if you are Kai'Sa into an aggro deck right now, and that could still be tough. But now, if your opponent is ahead in points and like drops this combo, so they use a unit to go into a battlefield, we are going to consider the smaller unit possible, say a 2 might 2 energy unit, whatever this is, we don't care. So let me just like draw something for you guys. So this is battlefields, BF. And then here they have a 2-2 unit. Whatever this is, we don't care. Okay? They hide, so hidden, here to help. Okay? And then they have Brinier in hand. What happens is that maybe you know it's here to help. Like right now, when you're playing into yellow, you know that their hidden chord is most likely Eden Blade, because that's kind of the only thing they can hide with potentially Facebreaker, right? Could be the same with orange. We consider that the only chord they can hide is here to help, right? But then you are Kai'Sa. So this Briner is 5 might, as you can see here. This means that if they activate here to help, they have a 7 might battlefield, potentially more, because like once again I've considered here a 2-2, but that could be more than that, but like whatever. They have a 7 might battlefield. And what is ready, can Kai'Sa use to fight a 7 might battlefield? So far I've only thought about 3 options, maybe there's more, but like in my opinion, to like try and regain tempo, Kai'Sa's best plays as at fighting these battlefields are 3 things. First one being Darius, that you restand and then is 7 might with his own effects. Fox, which is 7 might 2. And then Cleave on like something like Noxus Hopeful, right? So these are the plays that beat 7 might. But all of these plays give a window for your opponent to play Briner. Because like if you go Fox, when played, Fox reduces the might of everyone by 3. So they have a window to chain Briner. And if you play Darius, then you play a second card and activate Darius' effect to reactivate, then they have a window to chain Briner. And then if you play Cleave on your Noxus Hopeful, They also have a window to chain Briner, heal to help to summon Briner. So basically, you're kinda stuck in contesting. And if you're thinking like, yeah, exactly as Popcorn said in the chat, like Stupefy Falling Star or whatever, like using spells to force that tutu, then you use the spell. So you gave them the window to activate that here to help and prevent you from activating any extra cards for the turn. So like, I'm not saying this is insanely broken. I'm not saying this is perfect. You will have Briners as brick in your deck that if you don't see here to help, it's going to be a problem. But I definitely think that this could be a combination of cards that we see if Lucian is a strong red-orange aggro deck, and that we see at least forcing different decision making on opponents, if not winning game, like closing games. Because like it's kind of tough to play around these cards without giving your opponent a window to use it actually and lock you out of your turn. So that's pretty strong, I think. Like, not kind of gimmicky, but not stupid. Like, this is something that we could see and that could actually work in like real game environments. Once again, I'm not saying like this is crack broken, don't get me wrong. But this is something that we could see in real game environments, in my opinion. Some of the users, so just to give you a reminder, this is the OG card that you need to summon Briner here to help. And like this allows you to summon like cards with with a cost reduced by 3. Sorry. So some cards that you could also play off of it. I've only thought of it like off the top of my mind. So maybe there are deeper cards that you could use. But like one of the main interactions that I was thinking about is potentially Blitzcrank. Like you could use Blitzcrank to like generate a quote-unquote double punish, in the sense like you use here to help, you bring out Blitzcrank, you grab either one of their guys in the other battlefield that's attacking, and then like you have you basically split their attackers. Maybe you fuck off like their might scheme, and you beat both attacks, and then Blitzcrank holds, goes back to your hand, and then you can play it again during your next turn to grab something else. So that could be something that we could see as not too bad. And also a card that we've seen pop up in lists recently that was considered extremely strong at the start of the game, but that was then not played as much because of specifically one card in Smokescreen, being Carnivorous Snapvine. I think this card could also be used in some scenarios of like, it's orange, so it's always playable with here to help. You don't need to play specific legends. And then once again, kind of a Blitzcrank vibe, in which like they attack with 2 units, then you use here to help, you summon Snapvine, and then you kill one of the 2 out of nowhere, quote unquote. And then like it could probably fuck up their entire combination of like, yes, so I go there with that much might, so then this happens and I can trade for this. And then you just spawn Snapvine and you trade it. And why this card is being played is also because Kai says are kinda cutting on the smoke screens. Which means this card becomes viable again, because like if smokescreen is in the deck, this card is not viable by any means. So this was my thought process regarding here to help. Was everything clear? Sorry, I'm a bit tired, so I'm having a bit of a hard time speaking. I might be like, but like trying to make it clear for you guys. Do you guys have any question on how this card resolves potential interactions that you thought about, that you want to know, are they viable or not, or whatever? Feel free to ask. But I think here to help might see play in aggro decks, mostly because it has the hidden feature. If it did not have the hidden feature, most of the time you never want to have runes open in an aggro deck, because like you really want to drop boards, to what pro players call develop. You want to expand your boards and your presence, right? But if you can do so while not paying energy because of the hidden feature, then I think Here to Help is definitely a card that is going to see play, at least as a tech card and potentially as a viable card in some orange aggro decks. So that's my standpoint on Here to Help. Let me just grab a quick drink. You guys can ask questions if you want, and then we are going to jump onto the next news for sure. Sorry. Didn't realize you can pop this in your opponent's. Yeah, that's the point of the chords. Like, if you play it during your turn, it's like not trash, right? You are reducing the cost by 3, but then you are kind of paying a power, and a power is worth more than an energy in this game. So like the discount is not so good during your turn, let's say. It could be good, but like it's kind of convoluted, the setup in which it would be like extremely good, like way better than paying 3 energy. But like hiding it, then that changes everything. So we are good with Briner, Blitzcrank, and the Poros. We are good with Here to Help. We talked about Jax, Rek'Sai, and set 2 runes already. How about we dig into the top decks of the weeks? Oh, there's something that I have to tell you guys before that. Let me just grab my Twitter profile. Here we are. So, if you guys don't know, Robalas is a big French content creator, originally League creator, that is now switching to Riftbound and creating a lot of cool Riftbound content in French. And he's going to be organizing tourneys on his Discord, so you can join his community. Let me just... Oh, that's not what I want. I want the actual link. Can I get it somewhere? Here maybe? Yeah, exactly. So you can join his Discord server here, I think. Here you go, guys. I'll just put it in the chat if you want to. And he's going to be holding weekly leagues starting this Sunday. And I've done content with him. We've created content on Riftbound. If he was not such a disgusting person, I would say we are friends by now, but like, not so sure so far. Just kidding, right? He's a friend of mine, a guy that I deeply respect, of course. And I'm going to be bringing to you guys. So this guy is going to be broadcasting the tourneys, like casting them on his channel in French. And then I'm going to be bringing to you guys the English coverage for these tourneys. So this Sunday, I think it's 23rd. Am I wrong? I might be wrong though. I think it's 23rd, but like... No, it's not 23rd, is it? I can't see the bar. Give me a second. Here. Great. It's 23rd. It is 23rd. So this Sunday, 23rd, I'm going to be casting the events on this channel in English. You guys can come, hang out, we'll have fun. I think it's like 5 or 6 rounds. So we're going to be there for most of the day. It's 1 p.m. Paris time, so it's like depending on where you are all over the world, make sure you get the right time, but feel free to hop in. It's going to be nice. I'm going to try and bring in guests, but we are going to be casting these events hopefully each week. If you guys like it and are here to support, then why would I not? So that's already something cool that we're going to be doing on channel. I'm pretty proud that we get this opportunity, and we're going to try and make the best out of it. Will the casting videos also go on your YouTube? Yeah, probably they will go on my YouTube. Not sure in which form, but like most likely it's going to be the same way as we did for the Chinese nationals. So let me just give you a quick tour of what we did. I can't see my screen. Okay, great. Perfect. So what we did for the Chinese nationals was this one. Basically, I like took the full vote and I edited the mid-game poses, and then like I just dropped it as a 6-hour something vote with like me, how do you call this, like timetabling, quote unquote, all of the rounds. So like you guys, whenever top 16 is over, then you just jump straight to top 8 and so on until finals. So this is probably what I'm going to do on YouTube to make use of this content, and that's going to be pretty cool doing so. So yeah, you'll probably be able to find this on YouTube too. Now, for the schedule of what's left tonight, because we only talked about news. What time is it actually? Did I talk too long? Yeah, we took about 40-50 minutes talking about the news, but like whatever. I like to talk too much. You guys know it already. So if you're here, I guess that means you're fine with it. If you're tired of hearing me yapping at some point, feel free to let me know. So we talked about the news already. Something that I wanted to bring up with you guys. Some of you last week asked about reviewing the judge exam for Riftbound, because some of you felt it, did not exactly know why, and were asking for help. I tried to gather information, and seems like Riot does not want the answers to go all over the internet, because like they want the test to still be viable for newer people trying to enter the judge program. So unfortunately, we are not going to be able to do it publicly. Like, I'm not going to be able to give you a full breakdown of the questions and like what did you miss, what was the correct answer, and how does this work. But if you have questions on a specific question, basically, feel free to DM me on socials, be it like Discord or Twitter, whatever. I've already answered a couple of people trying to help them. So feel free, if you have any questions, make sure to hit me up. But I'm not going to be able to do it live because I don't think that's what Riot wants, and I don't want to have trouble with Riot, of course. So that's about it for the judge exam. Now let's jump. Before we jump, do you guys want to do Ahri now? Or do you guys want to talk about the top decks of the week? I think we should start with the top decks of the week, and then we jump onto Ahri, and then I have something else prepared for you guys. So how about we jump onto this top decks of the week session with, let me get the right account. None of these actually. Did I not open it? Oh yeah, so it's this website, but like I need to find the Twitter accounts. Rift Decks, I think is the account. Yep, exactly. So this is Rift Deck. I'm dropping it in the chat. You guys can go and drop them a follow. Basically, if you've played Lorkana, you probably know Ink Decks. Ink Decks was basically the platform where you could see everything related to competitive deck building in Lorkana. So exactly as Rift Decks, they had some sections presenting all of like the tourneys that they had entered, that they had data on from this week. So you can see like there are Chinese ones, they are American ones, and so on and so on. And you can sort them by legends and then whatever users and stuff. And you have the decks from every tourney. So let's say I'm curious about what happens in like this Shanghai City Challenge. I can just click there. Then I have a full list of decks that performed at this event, ranked by like their positioning in the tournament, right? I know how many players the event was, I know where it was, when it was, and I can click on every single one of these lists to have the complete list, be it as a picture or a listing, and you also have pricing and stuff. So like this website is amazing. It's a new website. I don't know exactly when they did create it, but like it was a few days ago. And I strongly advise that you use it if you are trying to find lists for whatever type of deck you are looking at and want to try and compete with, because we are going to be using it a lot on stream. This website is insane. Like it's crazy useful for streamers, competitive streamers like me, basically. So regarding the top decks of the week, I have a pre-selection of some decks that I want to talk about with you guys. Their Twitter accounts also shares, like whenever they upload a new tourney with new data, they share it, and sometimes they mention special stuff. Like if you drop a bit into, which one was it already? This one. Like you have 64 player in the Changchun City Challenge. You see that Kaisa won, but they also tell you that a Yasuo made top 4. So that's pretty useful intel if you are trying to play a less represented legend. And getting there, less popular legend starting to put up results is really nice. Yeah. We are seeing a lot of stuff being brought up to the table. So I really like the way the game is evolving right now. So talking about this week's top decks, I did a bit of scouting regarding the 4 big city challenges that happened during last weekend. And we have one of them, especially that caught my opinion, being Chengdu as a 128 player event. And we know that these events are capped to 128 players. So that is to say that this event was full, everybody attended, and it's basically the most representative out of all of this. Because like the more players there are, the closer you are to like real formats. And one surprise that we could see is that Kai'Sa did not get better than top 4. And by top 4, I'm not even meaning like third, fourth place. I'm talking top 4 as 4th place. Winner was a Teemo. Not so much to say about the Teemo list. I have it somewhere already. Give me a second. I'll find it for you guys so you can see properly. I think it's this one. Is it Shrooms? Which one is it? Oh, I downloaded it twice, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So it's this one. This is the list. We can zoom in if we want to see properly. Basically, what we are now going to be calling quote-unquote usual Mundo Teemo. You are playing the purple Teemo to make sure you have a turn 2 available, allowing you to potentially play less turn 2s in your deck to make room for other stuff. But like in the current situation, this guy was also playing several turn 1 units in Ravenbloom and Merchants. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the prime, Jakub. Thank you for the support, brother. Nice to have you on stream. Hope you are having a great start of your week, my friends. We are also, of course, seeing 3 Mundos. And we are also seeing the inclusion of Retreat, which is a card we mentioned last week as a card that we could see coming in these Mundo lists. And we are seeing that Retreat. Thank you guys for the fellows and the primes. Thank you, Ri, for the support. Thank you so much. It means the word to me. Glad to have you on stream, guys. Glad that we're having a great time together. Thank you so much. So this is, we already talked about like these kind of Teemo lists on the previous weeks. So if you want to have my opinion on this, I advise you go watch the tier list video on YouTube or the last updated video, which I don't remember the name of. So let me just get you the link. Which one was it already? Oh, wrong click. This is where I need to go. Yeah, perfect. This video for topping deck list for each decks. We talked about Teemo here. We talk about Teemo, we talk about which card is good, which card is not, what you could potentially include in the deck, and so on and so on. So if you want to have my complete opinion on this deck and why it's strong in the format, you could go watch this video. If we were to make a TLDR on like this deck, it's a Mundo Turbo, and Mundo is obviously extremely strong into Kai'Sa because it has 1 billion might, very hard to deal with spells. And so it's, if you're facing a lot of Kai'Sas, you are probably in a good spot with this deck. So that's about it. Not much more to say. Battlefields, we are kind of getting used to this. And the rest of the list is kind of classic. So let's jump onto the next list that we have, thanks to this amazing website that RiftDecks is. Second list that I wanted to talk about is that set list that got 3rd place. We have a set in 3rd place and a set in top 8. So like not 5th place, but like all of these guys are top 8. Basically not sure if they're ranked or if it's just like this guy could be 5th or 8th and like does not matter. But we have 2 sets making it to top 8, which is pretty much expected for some players, especially if they did face a lot of Ys. And if you look at the top 16, you can see that there are so top 16 is the losers of top 16, right? Because then the winners of top 16 get to top 8. So it's 8 decks. And in these 8 decks, we know that there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ys. So potentially these sets faced Ys, which is a pretty strong matchup for Set. Definitely a favorable matchup for Set. But we still have a list that we could take a look at. You can just click download image here, and then it's going to download in a bit. And then I'm going to be able to show you, because this website is so useful. I might be trying to reach out to get a promo link or something, because I really do like this website. I already used it a lot while talking Lorkana on the channel before. So this is the set list that we saw. Nothing too unconventional, except maybe the fact that we are seeing a chord make its comeback, and it's a chord that we talked about before as not so good, but we just talked about it before right now as getting kind of decent in Carnivorous Snapvine. So basically, Snapvine is whenever I'm played, you can target a unit in a battlefield, and then we both challenge each other basically. So we use that card challenge as I deal my damages to the opponent, so 6, and he does his damages to me. And then if one of us reaches 0, we die basically. So that's literally challenge, but with walking legs, right? Why this card was not seeing play anymore, because it was heavily played at the start of the game, is because this card, let me just pop it for you bigger, right? Snapvine, yeah, great. You can see better, right? Like that. This card has a big problem, and that big problem is Smokescreen. Smokescreen is a card that says, you can give a unit -4 my this turn to a minimum of 1. And what happens is that you are dropping Snapvine, they are using Smokescreen on it, so not only is your Snapvine only dealing 2 damages, but also most likely it's dying, because whatever you targeted is most likely at least 2 might. So this card was extremely bad into those blue matchups. And like Kaisa was playing 3 Smokescreens, Victor was playing Smokescreens, Ahri was playing Smokescreens. So a lot of these popular decks were on Smokescreens, and so Snapvine could not exist in that format. But now that deck lists are getting a more refined, a more like we are cutting not optimal cards, Kaisa has been cutting Smokescreen, and terrific reads from that player, including them Snapvines again, because it's an extremely strong card into Yi, being able in that mid game to get rid of these buffed Boros, potentially Kianas, and so on, that are holding them battlefields and scoring early points for Yi. Well, right now you are able to take care of them because of Snapvine, and that's an interesting take that this guy had, because it's not a card that we saw recently, and like it's pretty interesting to see that right now it could come back in the current metagame and then potentially force Smokescreens to go back at least in the sideboard, and then this card would not see play anymore. And we have kind of this like whenever A is played, B has to be played, but then A is not good anymore, so it's not played, so B stops being played, so A can be played again. And like it's pretty interesting to see how the cycle is going to end up working in favor of one or the other cards. Regarding the rest of the list, we have something that is pretty classic, at least in recent set lists. We have in later, whatever you want to call it, set lists, we have the 3 yellow sets. That is an extremely strong card, especially into Kaisa. We have that 1 orange that is going to be your starter champion most of the time. We are seeing them war ups. If you guys have been watching the channel, I always was a big advocate of playing as much interaction as you can in set, meaning Call to Glories, Hidden Blades, but also challenges, face breakers, wall ups, showstoppers, like all of these cards that allow set to stop being that big might fur deck and turn into a potential monster that could abuse some of the game's mechanics. As in, like, I buff my set, my orange set, like twice. That is 12 might, 13 with the buff. I crash him into a battlefield, he dies. I can just spend the buff to save him. Then I can wall up, he restands, I crash him again. And like, this allows you to create so much advantage that I really like having these interactions. Obviously, first mate is part of it too. It's pretty important of a card in the deck. And then in the sideboard, we are seeing once again interesting options. Salvage being there for Auroras, for hooks, potentially Darius, potentially Victor could be playing hooks right now. Leona and Vengeance are mostly here for Yiz. And then Unyielding is here as a placekeeper in the side deck. Like, we could also debate, but I think for locals at least it's important. The point with Unyielding, so let me just show you Unyielding quickly. If I'm yapping too much, you guys tell me, by the way. But I think there are a lot of interesting things to analyze about these decks specifically. Unyielding is a card that says for 1 energy and a power, so basically you tap and recycle a rune, you can prevent all spells and ability damage this turn. that is, of course, extremely strong into Kaisa. Now, it's a card that has a bit of a weird spot in the side deck because basically, at top level, players know these cards exist. They know it is seeing play in the sideboard. So if they are on like Kaisa and stuff, most likely they are going to take out of their decks potential Void Seekers, potential Ikathon Reigns, because they know that game 2 and game 3, you are going to be bringing Unyielding from the sideboard. So some people are saying that you should probably not play Unyielding anyway, because when you are able to bring Unyielding out of your sideboard to your main deck, they are taking away these spells, like these big spells that Unyielding is pretty strong into. If you are playing Set and they play Falling Star, well, it's fine, because like they're going to kill a unit, but if it's buffed, you can save it. They are not going to be able to kill your entire board, right? So basically what Unyielding is really good at is like dealing with Ikathon Reigns and stuff. And so some people are saying you could probably cut Unyielding because they have to play around it anyway as if you were playing it, which I kinda agree with. I think like that kind of pressure of like this card exists sometimes makes it that you don't even have to play it to benefit from it. This is also something that I've been advocating for in Time Warp. People are playing around Time Warp, so might as well play cards that punish them playing around Time Warp, such as, what was the name of the card? The spell that costs 7 and like wipes the battlefields. Unchecked Power, sorry. Or more Foxes and stuff, because it punishes them for playing around Time Warp, and you don't even need to play Time Warp for them to have to play around it. So that's an interesting debate that we could have too. Put it in main deck and then side it out when they side out spell. The big problem, like I could see that, but the big problem with doing that is that maybe you are periods into like Yi or whatever, and then this card is absolutely useless in the main deck. So this is not something that you want to have in the main deck, except if like the field is 80% Kaisa something, and then like kinda does not make sense to bring it out of the main deck to the sideboards. In game 2, if you're into Kaisa, might as well keep it there because it's still a good card, right? So the idea is more about like gaining that 1 or 2 extra spots in the sideboard to put other cards in there than like having it in the main board and then siding it out, right? But pretty interesting set lists so far. I think set lists are getting kinda adjusted on that idea of what they want to do in the game. There is still one debate that needs to be settled, and I've tried to reach out to set players. So potentially we are going to be able to have that kind of content on the channel. No answer yet, but potentially if I get one, we will have that kind of content on the channel regarding the Divine Judgment debate. So if you guys don't know Divine Judgment, it's Discords. That's going to pop right here. Divine Judgment is a 7 energy, 2 yellow power spell that says each player chooses 2 units, 2 gears, 2 runes, 2 cores in their hands and recycle the rest. So basically you reset the game. I've not tried the card, I've not playtested so much against the cards. So my question is like, is this viable in a lot of scenarios, especially if people are aware that this card exists? Because I think if they are and they play around it, it's completely different as like when they did not have a clue this existed and like got surprised and caught off and then just lost the game off of it. So this is a debate that we could have. We can see that this guy decided not to play the Divine Judgments, not in the main, not in the sideboards, and instead they decided to play that Sabotage card, which I think is pretty interesting too, mostly for 2 things. First one being you are able to beat Aurora decks consistently now, because like just the turn before they can Aurora, you pay a rune to scout their end, and if they have Aurora, you can just get rid of it, basically. And then it's also sometimes interesting into Kaisa or like other decks like that have expensive spells, Green Ahri Time Warp, because then you can basically, like if you are not able to play around Time Warp because set sometimes is too fair of a deck, quote unquote, to play around these cards, then you can just scout the end, and if they have it, you get rid of it, and you kind of play it around the card, right? So I'm not saying like this card is cracked and should be main deck anyway, but I think it's an interesting adaptation to what the format is right now and how you could play around some of these cards. Is Yi Kaisa skillful? Depends on the level you are playing them at. I would say Yi is somewhat skillful, but not like extremely hard. Like you can still outplay your opponent on a lot of stuff, but like it's not one of the harder decks in the game. What's hard in Yi is how well are you able to understand and play around your opponent's game plan. How well are you able to play around Time Warp when possible, and so on and so on. So I kind of think like, yeah, both are skillful. Also, Kaisa has these games in which like she just has more spells, right? Like she just has those spells that clear the board every time. And like these games are quote unquote not that skilled because she just has to like play unit, play falling star, clear your board. You drop a board, play unique, play falling star, clear your board. You drop a board, play a unit, play cat and rain, and then the game is over. So I would say both decks are skilled. I don't think they are the two hardest decks in the game. I would not place any of these in the top two hardest decks in the game, but they definitely have that space for you to improve and get an edge on like average players playing them. So I would say yes, they are skilled or skillful, if you will. Are they the hardest decks in the game? I don't think so, but that does not mean that they are not skilled, right? Can you show a mastery list that beats Case? We could do that. Welcome to the chat, you guys. Thanks for dropping by. We could do that because like if we go to these tournaments, once again, we see that Kaisa did not see that much success, but we also see that some of these decks got a higher placement than Kaisa. One of them being Yi, and regarding the deck price, most likely it's Aurora Yi, right? It is indeed Aurora Yi. So this is an extremely strong list at beating Kaisa, because like Kaisa has a tough time dealing with these Aurora decks for sure. Let me just bring it to you guys. Hello, computer. Okay, great. So Kaisa for sure has a tough time dealing with these Aurora decks. So this is a list that basically if you get your win condition online in like Aurora, you stomp these decks. And we can see that this guy is playing a lot to try and make that viable in like Confront to draw, Discipline to draw, Mobilize to ramp, Catalyst to ramp, Find Your Center to ramp and draw, and then a lot of cards to protect that Aurora in like DeFi, Windwall, and stuff. So this is a list that you could use. Now, this is also something that I wanted to talk about, Saint, so thank you for asking. I don't think this is the best Yi list, because like if you want my full opinion on it, once again, you can do I still have it up? No, I don't, but I could still copy the link here, right? I pinned it to the top of the chat here, so you guys have 30 minutes to click on it. You could probably go and watch that video if you want to have my full opinion on Aurora Yi. We are debating like these decks, but in my opinion, Aurora, whatever deck, like whatever legend you associate with Aurora, be it E, MF, Garen, whatever, Volibear, is not good enough, because on a longer run, like let's say 10 rounds, then top cut in a regional or whatever, you are not going to be able to see your Aurora consistently enough, at least in set 1. And like the difference between an extremely strong Aurora player and a like kinda new Aurora player is not that big. Like it's mostly about like, did you draw Aura or not? There's a bit of sequencing and stuff, of course, but like most of it is, did you draw Aura or not? And this is something that I strongly dislike. I'd much rather play some rampy lists. I think I have it. We will for sure have one of these somewhere. Let me just try and scout another city challenge. This is Aurora again, I think. Yeah, this is Aurora. This is Aurora again. Did they have a we all have to play Aurora challenge ongoing or something like that? Shanghai. Yeah, please don't be Aurora. Come on, brother. Like I tell you what, Aurora is not the best Yi list in my opinion. Probably it's the easiest one to pilot. we don't have Aurora neither here. So how about we get there and then start again from here, Chengdu. What do we have? So this is the one we were looking at. And then maybe in Guangzhou, we have a rampy list. Potentially. Yeah, I think this is rampy. Yeah, this is rampy. This is rampy. So basically, this is what a rampy list looks like. I can bring ratios up if you want. We already talked a lot about Yi. So like, feel free to go watch my other videos if you want to have my full analysis on like what makes Yi a good deck and what makes it like what are its weaknesses. But like, this is a Yi list that performed pretty well and that can very well beat Kai'Sa. Also, if you want to see not only if Yi can beat Kai'Sa, but also how he beats Kai'Sa, you can jump onto my YouTube channel and watch the vote of me recasting the Chinese national. And just look at top 4. There was one Kai'Sa into Yi matchup that was won by Kai'Sa, but there was also one Kai'Sa into Yi matchup that was won by Yi. And that Yi player played extremely well. And basically, Kai'Sa had no shot at winning that game. So, like, yeah, there are a lot of things you can do as Yi to prevent Horde losing to Kai'Sa. Supposedly, the matchup is favorable for Yi. After talking to several top players, I'd say not necessarily pro players, but like top players, most of them think if you are extremely good, this matchup is more of a 50-50 than Yi favored. But that does not mean that it's unfavored for Yi. And most of what seals the deal, in their opinion, is that Dead Bloom Zonia combo. As in, if Yi sees Zonia and Dead Bloom in a game against Kai'Sa, most of the time he's just winning because you can't get rid of Dead Bloom twice. It's too expensive to pay the deflect costs. So, yeah, I would say... Sorry, Kitty Cat wants to go out. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, perfect. She's out. So I would say you can definitely play Yi and try and beat Kai'Sa, especially at locals. And also, you can pick up the deck because it's most likely going to become even better in set 2. Mostly because of like Guardian Engine releasing, which is an extremely strong card in my opinion. Would you go over what you are siding out or siding in different matchups? What deck are we talking about, Jakub? Are we talking about Ahri or are we talking about Yi? Because Yi, I could talk about it, but most likely you guys can kind of figure out like, if I say you are siding in Dead Bloom into Kai'Sa, that makes sense, right? If I say you are siding in Sabotage into Aurora, okay, Rampy, so we could do that if you want. If we use that list, let's just zoom in a bit because like it's too small here. Okay, great. So this is the sideboards. This is Aurora. For sure. You want to get rid of their Aurora in end before they are able to make it live. This is for Kai'Sa. For sure. This is also for Kai'Sa. Because like these cards are like no damage from spells and deflect seems strong into Kai'Sa, right? Like nothing new here. This Catalyst is most likely for that game you are going to be on the Ram battlefield. But they don't play it. Okay, interesting. So most of the time, when they play Catalyst in the sideboard, it's because like they play the battlefield that says both players start with an extra rune. So, okay, got to come back in. Oh yeah, no battlefield is called Divine. Give me a second. So this one, Obelisk of Power, which is at the start of the first turn, each player channels an extra rune. And so what they are doing is they are dropping that battlefield going second, and they are siding in the catalysts. So they have a shot at like, they go second, first turn they have 4 runes, they tap 4, they play catalyst, they are on 6, next turn they can Dead Bloom. So they can basically Dead Bloom on turn 2, which is a strong option into Kai'Sa. So most of the time this is what they are doing. I would be interested in knowing why they play Catalyst in the sideboards if they don't play that battlefield, Obelisk of Power, but like whatever. And then Tasty, I don't feel as a spot in the sideboard. It's just like an overall good chord. I guess you'd rather play 3 of this or like 2, but like not 1 in the sideboard. And Primal Strength is a chord that sees play into the Yi matchup mostly because you want to be able to have that huge push of might, that huge burst of might, be it of White Flame Protector or of Primal Strength. Oh, sorry, it's very small. So Primal Strength or White Flame to be able to beat those big bodies that are sticking to battlefields. So I'd say this is the spot that they are siding in and out. And then like Tasty should be something else. I don't understand why 1 DB though. DB is too strong to only run 1. What is DB though? What is DB? DB. Oh, Deadbloom Predator, right? Yeah, not so sure. Not so sure. In my opinion, you probably want to run at least 2 of these. What I would be tempted to say is you are either on 3 White Flame and 2 Deadbloom if you think you are facing more Yis, and then the other one is in the sideboard, or the opposite. So 3 Deadblooms and 2 White Flames if you are facing more cases. Maybe they did not have the codes, not sure. But I would be down to play like 5 of these top ends, and then like flexing between 3 White Flame and 3 Deadblooms depending on like whatever you expect to face the most. But I do think like 1 Deadbloom is, yeah, it's a bit short. You should probably play at least a second one, in my opinion. 6 might be too much though, because if you stack them in the early game, you might never be able to come back. But I could see 5 of them in the deck for sure. What you side out kinda depends on the matchups too. Like if you are into Aurora, Confront is not a good chord. Like you want to have access to these like tools to prevent Aurora in the early game. You are not getting comfortably to those turns. Like you have 11 runes and you can drop Confront and then you can drop White Flame Accelerated and then you can fight. Whatever. I don't think this is like pretty like insane. So I think you probably swap Sabotage and Confront. Into Kaisa, I would say you take away both Sabotage and Confront for Unyielding. You could also side out Rune Prison though, but like maybe you are siding out Rune Prison for Deadbloom. Cause like then it would be 1 Sabotage out, 1 Confront out, 1 Rune Prison out, and then Deadbloom and 2 Unyieldings in, probably. And then into Yi, you are potentially siding that Deadbloom, because it's not very good into Yi. Like, if they have either White Flame or Deadbloom in the battlefield, they have 10 might, your Deadbloom is 8. So if you have Deadbloom plus Engward, you are just trading, you are not winning. So into Yi, you most likely side out that Deadbloom, and then you bring in that Primal Strength and potentially that Tasty. Or if it's Yi Aurora, that's Sabotage too. Those could be decent chords you want to bring in the main deck. Rune Prison main deck is interesting, and I also consider for Ahri if my Okos keeps running best of 1 Nexus Knight. Yeah, this is something that you could consider. It's extremely good into set. It's one of the ways Yi has to play around the set matchup. Because once again, the set matchup is really tough, but the way set plays in this matchup is big buff on that orange set to get him to like 12, 16 might, and then trades your big units, and there's not much you can do. So Rune Prison is a very good way to play around that. It's also very good into the mirror match. So this is a card that I could see in the sideboard for sure. And also another card that I could see, be it in the sideboard or the main deck, and I'm tempted to say main deck, and I'm going to talk about it in a few minutes with that Ahri profile, is that Wine Wall. I think Wine Wall main deck is pretty insane right now, and I think you have to play that Wine Wall in the main board if you are playing green and you have the opportunity to have the runes to do so, which Yi is like pretty good at doing. You ramp so much, and you play like with the Tasty and all, you have access to so many resources that you can very often have that window open, and that could be the deciding point in the game. You're ready. Welcome. Did you know that you are 1 letter away from having the same nickname as Randy, a friend of mine and a top Rift player? This guy also uses 3 Ys at the end of his name. So, are you a friend of his? Heard Sabotage mostly for Aurora. What about playing it for Time Warp? Versus Kaisa, for example, not good. When I saw you followed off stream, and I was wondering if you were a friend of his or not. New to TCG, okay. So glad to have you here, brother. Glad to have you here. Hope you're having a great time. Well, thank you for dropping by. And like, yeah, enjoy. And if you have any questions, feel free. We are all here to learn. It's like Kaisa is decent into Sabotage is decent into Kaisa, but it's not your best card, and you'd rather have a lot of resources to play these best cards than play Sabotage. They kind of force you to play it on timings in which you don't want to drop it. Like if you are on like 8-9 runes, you don't want to drop Sabotage. You'd rather want to drop it when you're at like 12, then you get to 11, then it's fine. You still have resources to play Dead Bloom and like maybe have a Discipline open or a Rune Prison, whatever. But then Kaisa applies enough pressure to prevent you to get to these 12 runes, just like chill and stuff. If you play Catalyst in the main, potentially. If you don't, you are for sure not getting there, and you will be met by scenarios in which you have to push with like 8-9 runes, and you can't really use Sabotage on these turns. So I don't think the card is trash. I think it's decent into Kaisa, but I think post side, you'd much rather have Unyielding or Dead Blooms, like extra copies of them, than Sabotage in your deck, in my opinion. Or Wind Walls eventually, yeah. Unyielding and Wind Walls are better against spells, kinda, yeah. I would agree that Wind Wall is just better Sabotage. Give me a second. Cat is out again, which means in like 3 minutes I need to open the door again for her to come back in, but like whatever. So enough talking about Yi, I think. Was that interesting? Was that too deep? Did you guys learn stuff? Do you guys have any questions? Feel free to give me feedback, because we still have a few more legends to review. We talked about Timo set, but we did not talk about some of these other spicy decks that I did spot myself doing research for this live stream. And one of them you saw already is that Victor deck that got first place out of 114 players in that Shanghai City Challenge. Let me just bring it up on the screen so you guys can see. I think I have it somewhere already. Do I? I don't. Let me just click this. And I'll just drink while it's uploading. Laggy. Okay, perfect. So this is the victor list that won the Shanghai City Challenge. And if you guys are familiar to the channel, you know that there are a lot of things I like in this list. There are a lot of things that I do like in this list. We are kinda using some of these cards I was promoting in Victor as being a strong options in Sprite Call, in Consul the Past that most lists are not running right now, in Blast Confi. I think all of these cards, thank you for the follow, Saint. I think all of these cards are extremely good into Victor, pretty underexploited, and all part of what can make Victor take the next step. Also remember that these tournaments are best of one, so they tend to play weird one-offs. So we are not going to like talk about like this one-off Falling Comet or whatever. If you are in a best of 3 format, you should probably be on like 2 singularities in the main and 2 decrees in the sideboards. But like now, if he faces Z, he wants to have that decree in the main deck in best of 1, so I can kind of get what there's 1 in there. You can make the deck overall cleaner, but I really do like this list. Most of it is pretty much what we knew from Victor so far. In this ability to eye roll with the seals, with the Vanguard, and also using the seals to hide cards potentially in the mid to late game, pretty strong. Something that we are seeing too, and that is pretty interesting in my opinion, is the addition of Divine Judgment. So once again, we could debate that card. Divine Judgment, let me just pull it up. I think I have it already. No, I don't. Let me just pull it up. One of my big points... Oh, we are in battlefields. I'm just a dumbass. One of my big points with Divine Judgment is that mostly it's played in set so far, right? The idea is like set goes full aggro, hides cards, then plays Divine, then resets the game, and then wins off of it, right? That's the point. But my point is, if you are playing set, and like you drop your turn 1 unit, whatever, let's say C3 of Cloudfields, best case scenario. So you drop C3 at turn 1, then you pass, your opponent, like your Kaisa opponent drops a turn 1-2, like Sentry, whatever it is, we don't care. And they keep a rune open, right? Then you have C3 in base, you play another unit, it gets buffed, and then you push to a battlefield, right? Remember that your game plan with Divine Judgment in the deck is full aggro, trying to pressure these early points, then hiding cards to drop Divine, right? But if your opponent plays X-Tech Ray on that C3 that is trying to conquer, I feel like we have a big problem already. Because then we are stuck in between two scenarios. One, C3 dies, you don't conquer, you don't apply pressure, you don't score early points. So, like, you are ramping your runes towards that Divine Judgment, but you are kinda missing on its activation conditions to make it a strong card, right? And on the other end, scenario 2 is okay, C3 gets X-Tech Rate. Well, whatever, I'll just use Legend Effect, recycle a rune, save C3. But then, what happens is, you did not conquer, you did not score a point, and you de-ramped a rune. So you are getting further from that Divine Judgment, and you are getting further from being able to activate it. So I'm like kind of thorn in this idea of like, I don't think this card is that good if people play around it. And in my opinion, it was extremely good for a short amount of time because people were not aware this card existed. So like these Kaisa players, when paired into set, were keeping these late game spells that are extremely strong in the set matchup. Ictin Rain, Time Warp, like Fox, these cards are pretty damn strong into the set matchup usually. And so like they were keeping them at mulligan, and then they get caught off guard by Divine Judgment and they lost again, nothing they can do, right? But if cases play around that coach, I feel like it's tougher to make it live. So that whole point was to say, I'm not sure this card is like sick, right? But then there's a big difference if we are talking about Victor. Because then Victor playing Divine Judgment can use all of the small cheap minion units that it has to try and gain those early points. And it's not a big loss of tempo. Because like, what are you having X-Tech Raid? A 1-1 recruit? Well, I'm fine with that. Use your X-Tech Ray on my 1-1 recruit. Are you going to be using Ray on a Soaring Scout or on a Watchful Sentry? Like, it's not good enough, right? So it's very different in Victor. And actually, I think it could be a smart way for Yellow Victors to play around Icathian Rain that we predicted Yellow Victor would have somewhat of a hard time playing around Icathian Rain. Because like you drop a lot of tokens, but if they go like one ping and clear all of your tokens at once, your stratagem is kind of doomed, right? Welcome back, Popcorn. If they blast all of your tokens at once, your stratagem is kind of doomed. But if you have access to judgments to make up for it, then potentially you have a strategy into these Icathian Rain heavy lists. So I really do like that adaptation of Divine Judgment here. And we are pushing it even further in the sideboards, adding those Shens and those Sprite Mothers, both being extremely good units into Kaisa. Sprite Mother being just another good unit into the Kaisa matchup and another good unit overall. And then Shen being a good unit into Kaisa going first. So I like the idea of having Shen in the sideboard. Once again, I'm not in favor of having Shen in the main deck. I really do think Shen in the main deck is a poor deck building decision. Discord is trash going second. Discord is trash at retaking boards. But in the sideboard, that game that you say, okay, I'm going to go first because I lost the previous one, I'm down to have that Shen in the sideboard. So pretty interesting stuff from that victory list here. I really do like the ideas around it. I really do like the stuff that we brought to the table, trying to innovate. And I really think this player made a great job at reading the formats and like trying to compensate for Victor's weaknesses. And I think it's well deserved that they have that they got that win at the Shanghai City Challenge. No, Divine Judgment does not proc Death Nails because it recycles. It recycles everything that you don't keep, so it goes at the bottom of the deck, so no Death Nails. Could be a cool interaction, but does not work, unfortunately. So that's about it regarding Victor. We talked about Victor, we talked about Timo. Any questions, guys, in the chat regarding Victor? Feel free to ask me if there's anything else you would want to know about that deck. We talked about Set already. There's 2 other decks that I want to talk about and another journey that I want to cover. Is Jinx viable? I don't think Jinx is viable so far, and I don't think Jinx will be viable in the near future because we already had a better red-purple legend in Ahri, but in my opinion, it's just way more viable as an aggro deck than Jinx. Mostly because, like, once again, what cards are strong in purple? Spells. Ride the Wind, Fight or Flight, Flash, Stack Deck. Alright, these are the strong purple cards. What do you want to do as an aggro deck that is kind of forced of a playstyle onto Ahri and Jinx because their color combination makes it that way? What do you want to do as an aggro deck? You want to develop your board. You want to have as many units as you can on board to be able to pressure that tempo and that game state, right? But then, if you're Jinx, you can't tap all your runes to play units and also have energy to play these purple spells. Whereas Ahri can because of the Legends effects. So basically, I think like Ahri is just going to be like quote unquote forever better than Jinx so far. And now we also have Draven, which is red purple, and that's also a better deck than Jinx because like Draven is just so much stronger overall in the 2Z as. So I just think we're not going to see Jinx being viable for at least some time. Sorry if you are a Jinx fan, popcorn. I think it's this one, isn't it? It's not this one, but then it's this one. It's not this one. So let me just look at the tweet because I'm a dumbass. Yazoo. Oh. Below here. Great. We did see a Yasuo push it to top 4 of one of these events. Smaller one, 64 player events. That being said, it was probably capped to 64 for them to have like that exact round number. Probably capped to 64, right? And so Yasuo made it all the way to top 4 using cool cards that I want to talk about with you guys right now. So we are seeing that main deck, and we are not seeing one thing that I do like in Yasuo's these days that this guy is not playing is that Nocturne package for game 1. So basically you run 3 Nocturnes and then you run the what is the name, the Vision Poro, whatever is the name, the purple Poro that allows you to get vision. And the idea is that you play in that candlelit battlefield game 1, so you have opportunities to vision the top of your deck and then drop Nocturnes, so quote-unquote eye roll, and then game 2 you side them out to bring in better cards for the matchup. Mystic, thank you Ray, thank you, Mystic Poro, exactly. So you can swap Nocturnes for like Fading, Rebuke, like strong cards depending on the matchups, but this guy has chosen a completely different approach that also seemed to work because he got 4th place in that purple Wind Rider Yasuo. So we are not playing the green champ. The green champ is in the sideboard, is here as you can see. We are on that purple champ. Purple champ says, if I'm moving for the third time a turn, you score a point. And so the idea is that we are playing every movement card available to us in like Flash, Ride the Wind, Fight or Flight. We are also on that Tide Turner. And the point is that we are able to like have this Yasuo move around the board in one way or another. And then we are able to score extra points. Also, an interaction in this kind of list that I did see, and we are not seeing, but we are seeing in the sideboards in Charm. We are only playing one of them. Something that I did like in this kind of list is like, anyway, you are running for points, right? You are trying to be the front runner, so you don't mind giving your opponent 1 or 2 free points sometimes. And so an interaction that I kind of liked is that you can have your Yasuo here and push him into that reverse row, and then you can charm an enemy unit into that reverse row, and that allows this Yasuo to go back to base and like move once again. So like I think it's move, right? I think I saw this in a list, and I was like, okay, if this works, this is smart. Let me just check if reverse row says move. But I saw it in a Yasuo list that I saw on Twitter, and I was like, if this works, kind of smart. River. Yeah, you may move a friendly unit here to base. So you could basically move it in, then charm your opponent in, and then move it out, and then you just have to move it once more with the legend effect, and you procced it. You moved it thrice, and you procced the effect. So like basically just having access to charm is 3 moves on that Yasuo if he's like active and available. So kind of interesting to see. We are seeing that Sona that I think is a tremendous card right now. We are going to talk about it right after in my Ahri updates. But I think Sona is a tremendous card in the current formats. And I also think that Windwall is a tremendous card. We are running that Mystic Reversal card that I don't like so much. I think it's kind of overkill, right? Like if they are committing their runes into a spell big enough that you want to Windwall it, like of course Reversal is better. So if you guys don't know, maybe you don't even know what Reversal does. Reversal is a card that does Windwall, but instead of negating the spell, you can use it yourself. So let's say they use Iketan Rain, you play Reversal, you are the one using Iketan Rain and wiping their board. Basically, that's the point. But it's 4 energy and 3 runes, while Windwall is only 3 energy and 2 runes. And most of the time, a spell big enough you want to Windwall it means they pass turn if you Windwall it. Like they are using Iketan Rain, they are using Time Warp, this kind of like extremely strong cards. And so the fact that you are able to Windwall is most of the time enough to win the game, because like they tap all of their runes, you negate their turn basically, and then they pass over to you and you add a free turn for just 2 runes, which is like crazy strong, right? So I'd rather play 2 copies of Windwall than 1 copy of Mystic Reversal, but I do think this approach is smart, and I really do love the addition of Windwall to the main deck. And I kind of love this idea of like moving around the board. Why not? I mean, pretty interesting, pretty funny. Don't think it's like one of the better decks. I think like Green Yasuo has some points going its way, like in the current format. I'm not saying it's a like hyper good deck, but it has like the fact that they can play Sona and make use of it to play not only green but also purple cards is for sure interesting. But I still don't think Yasuo is an insane contender so far, and I still don't think this build is the best one. But that's something that we had to talk about, right? So we are now down with Yasuo, and there's once again, if you guys have questions or like things you would want answered in the chat regarding Yasuo, feel free to do so. We have one last deck that we would want to take a look at. Sorry, the cat wants to come in. Great. We should add a cat counter to the stream somewhere, like maybe on top of me, and then you guys count whenever the cat is going like in and out. Maybe we should add something like that for next stream. I think about it. And so the last deck that I wanted to talk about is a deck that surprised me, because when I clicked on it, I'm teasing a bit, but like when I clicked on it, I was like, yeah, I know what this list is and I'm not interested. And then I saw the list and I actually got interested. I think it's this tourney. Yes, it is. We have a Darius in top 8 of a 128 players event in Chengdu. So my thought process, clicking on that list, is, well, this is just like usual like Hook Darius, and like we know what's in there. And then I click the list, just like, or maybe there's something spicy I would want to take a look at, or a new tech going around or something. And then I look at the list, and guess what? There's no hook in there. So let me just bring up the image. We have a hookless Darius that made it to top 8 of this city challenge. And we are basically on that like kind of hook list that we know. We have them Veins, we have the Draven, we have that Kaisa, we have all them token spawners, but we are on more of an aggro control list than what we've seen before, with like the 3 Seekers, the 3 Falling Stars, the 3 Eden Blades. We also have the 1 Decree, the Cleaves. So we have a lot of strongholds packed together in a like kinda mid-range deck that is pretty interesting in my opinion. And I was curious to see how this deck would perform, because if you guys have been following the channel for quite some time, which I'm not certain you are, all of you guys, but like if you've been, you are the goats, just know about it, just know that. I did try to bring up a hookless build myself that was mostly relying on like that idea that you have so many strong spells to clear the board. And then I was on that Phoenix, Immortal Phoenix stuff to try and bring like extra units to the board every turn and like swarm my opponent. Turns out it was not, maybe I was not good enough with the deck, but like it was overall not good enough in my opinion. But like this guy managed to make it to top 8, playing this kind of deck. So I'm kind of tempted to try it again. Phoenix is bait, potentially, yeah. Potentially, that's it. But like, still in theory, it's a strong court. And like this guy managed to make it all the way without hook. So maybe you don't even need like that hook eye roll potential, and probably not Phoenix neither. You are the goat. Thank you, Madden. Thank you, brother, for the supports. No yellow Darius. No yellow Darius because basically red Darius is just so much better that even in scenarios in which like yellow Darius would have value, red Darius is just better. What do you think this hookless is versus Kaisa and Yi? I'm not 100% certain. I think the purpose of this list is being extremely aggressive in the early to mid game, and that is an approach that is currently pretty decent into both Yi and Kaisa, because Yi is mostly ramp, which is kind of an approach that you could surprise using like these cards. Also, Decree is extremely strong into Yi, the Azir cards right here. And also, Kaisa is getting slower, if you will, to be able to match Yi in that late game. We are seeing warps, we are seeing Icatian Reigns, we are seeing Triple Fox, and so on and so on. A lot of top end. And so, like, being able to have that aggressive approach and spawning a lot of tokens, if you are not met with Icatian Reign, you are probably in a good spot. If you are met with Icatian Reign, it all depends on your ability to spawn boards after it. And this guy is on a lot of these, like, I'm accelerating big units. Like Kaisa, very small pen, give me a second here. Like Kaisa, Hopeful, Vayne, Darius, Draven. This lineup, and even we are on that rearward Legion that is accelerating. Like this lineup basically tells me, I think, if I'm getting range, I have a shot at making it out of, making it out alive, and like just resurrecting my boards and permanently aggressing, like being aggro again and again and again, trying to score like that 6-7 points. Most likely, it's a race, and you are sometimes going to lose it. But like it's kind of what Ahri is trying to do, and I like the idea. And I also like the fact that we are experimenting Hookless Darius. So that was the last list from these city challenges that I wanted to talk about. If you guys have any list that you want to talk about, feel free to link them in the chat. For next week, so we are probably going to be having that section again, because now that we have access to Rift decks, access to lists will be easier than ever. So this is probably something that we are going to do basically every week. So if you guys see a list at some point and you are like, oh, I would love to know what Catchius thinks about this list, feel free to save the link somewhere, and then the next Wednesday, you can just drop it to me and be like, what do you think about this deck? And then we can discuss it, because like that's the point of this section. That's also to try and discover and learn deck building together and give you tips and intel on this. So like feel free to do so, and we can talk about this in the upcoming weeks. I would love to, actually. There's also one last tourney that I want to talk about, and like this will be a perfect transition to what we're going to talk about after that. It will be great, mate. Thank you. Feel free. That's the point. We are learning together. I'm trying to help you guys get better at Riftbound. I have like 10 plus years experience in TCGs. Oh, I did find something funny this afternoon, actually. So like I might as well use it to help you guys, right? I did find something funny this afternoon, actually. I changed the phone. I got a new one, clean one, because the previous one was like... You guys want to see my previous phone? Look at that. This is the normal screen. It's not like turned on flashlight or anything. Like, it's just broken, right? So I had to go and get a new one. And like I had to clear my whatever iCloud thingy, and then scrolling through it, I found this picture, which is an actual picture of me in 2018 playing YCS Milano in Yu-Gi-Oh, so in Italy. And it was a picture a friend of mine took while I was playing rounds, and I kinda don't remember the exact situation, but I know I got sacked. Like, my opponent had perfect answer plus perfect answer plus perfect answer plus combo starter plus extender. And I was like, well then, whatever, just beat the fuck out of me. And my friend happened to pass by at that exact timing, and we made a meme out of it that we use in our group chat for some time. And I found it this afternoon while cleaning my iCloud, and I was like, oh, great memories that is. Robalas deck lists. We could talk Kesa, but I think we did talk Kesa already. So if you want to talk Kesa, or if you have specific questions, feel free to ask them right now. But I feel like I've ranted in I did enough rant about time warp and this stuff. So probably we will be skipping the Kesa talk for today. The last tourney that I wanted to talk about is the PPG qualifier in Orlando. So that one, it was a small event, supposedly pricing in there, so supposedly strong players. Once again, the only thing that I kind of want to talk about is the fact that Ahri won the tournament. It's only a 22 player tournament. Supposedly it's stacked, once again, supposedly it's top players in there, but probably not representative. But there have been a lot of people quoting me on Twitter saying see, Ahri won an event and so on. We knew blah 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 blah. But this guy is on time warp. What do you think about time warp? Blah blah blah. So I felt I needed to talk about this. I think Ahri right now, I'm talking right now. If you guys are watching this as a vote in a month, we are 19th of November. Right now, today, Ahri is extremely strong in the format for two reasons. First reason is that blue and green are extremely strong colors at countering the two top decks that are Kesa and Mastery. Second reason is that you are able to run Windwall in that main deck. And Windwall is crazy strong into both top decks. So I'm going to get deeper into it with that profile that is going to last long. You guys don't expect I'm playing three of these. That's not what's going to happen. We are going to go deep into that Ahri deck building, right? But just my thoughts on this list is I still don't like it. I don't like playing Time Warp in Ahri. I don't think you need it. I don't like playing Thousand Tail Watcher in Ahri. I don't think you need it. Tasty could be somewhat decent though. But like, I really do think that Ahri is probably better than it's ever been in terms of positioning in the formats. And I really do think if you are an Ahri believer and you want to try and experiment Ahri right now, you should do it because it's probably going to fade a bit because decks are going to adapt. So that was my answer to everybody quoting me on this list. And without further ado, how about we jump into the big piece of the night, which is my Blue Ahri update, deck tech, whatever you want to call it. Let me just edit the stream title and set this up. Blue Ahri deck guide, deck updates. Do we have a Fox emoji somewhere? Fox emoji. Perfect. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. I know some of you were waiting for that specific moment. And I tell you what, I have a lot of stuff to tell you, and I think you are going to walk out of that profile with like new knowledge that you're going to be able to leverage to improve your results and your performance with the deck. And like, I'm pretty excited. Also, this was one of my best ever performing videos, the V1 of this one. So like, pretty excited, right? Let me just check everything. So we need to take this. Okay, great. And then I just need to get there, I think. Adjust the camera probably a bit. There is great. Yeah, there is great. Let me just adjust the screen, the camera, and the lighting, and we will be able to talk Ahri. Here you go. Come here, baby. Yeah, perfect. Oh, what do you have? A cable? Yeah. What if I do this? Okay, great. A bit more. Great. And then let me just bring the camera right here, and I can still see you guys, and you guys probably can still see me. I'm an Ahri believer. Why is chat behind the black border? Great, perfect. So you guys are here at the bottom. You can ask questions, you can see yourselves. You are here, and you probably see it better than it was the last time, because the last time was pretty poor quality video. But I think right now, just let me know if you hear me correctly, because I'm a bit further away from my mic. But I think everything good, and we can get started with that profile. So there's a lot we need to discuss. It's not going to be just a simple profile of like, I play this, I play this. I feel like the first thing that audio is fine. Okay, perfect, great. I think the first thing we have to talk about regarding that Ahri deck is what we expected before, what I said in my previous profile, and how it converts into the current format, right? So before, I told you guys that the Kai'Sa matchup was a bit on the tougher side, which is still true to this day. This holds up. But I also showed you guys a list with a lot of hidden cards, in which I was pretty confident at being a strong list at the moment. And I was. I really do think you probably should... Okay, I should... Okay, let me just fix the cam. Let me just fix the cam. I know I can. Here. I think it's better. If I do this, now there's probably no... Yeah, great. No autofocus. So this is great. You guys are not going to see things like pop up and like in and out. Okay, great, perfect. Seems good. Seems good to me. So I was pretty confident that this hidden list was good. There was a big shift in like the formats, which happened after the Shanghai regionals in China. And that shift was caused by Kai'Sa winning the tournament with Ikisian Rain. And Ikisian Rain basically invalidates most of the list I showed you before, because like you're hiding bodies that are supposedly like extremely strong at helping you hold for cheap resources are now kinda useless. Because like let's say you have a blast config that you hide in whatever battlefields. Let me just grab one here. I had a blast config in there, and I have a unit, whatever this is. If they have any boards, like anything basically, they can Icathian Rain. This breaks my boards, my base, so basically my tempo. And if like right, they can't target blast config. But if I have to flip if I want to keep it alive, I have to flip my blast config. And like then they can just trade with any boards that they had set up from the previous turn. So Icathian Rain being added to the main decks made this list like not unplayable, but pretty tough to perform with, especially into the newer Kaisa lists. So I had to get back to the kitchen and try and brew a new Ahri build that would adapt to the formats and to the way I thought top decks would be playing. And that's what I did with this list that you're going to see right now. Let's just talk about the change of philosophy behind it. What are the big strengths in the current formats? In my opinion, Kaisa's biggest strength is, so far in lists that are being played at top level, is Time Warp and Icathian Rain, like these expensive spells, Falling Star too, and then being able to apply pressure in the early game while still playing those like super big top end units, right? These are Kaisa's strengths so far. What are his strengths? If you want to think about them top 2 decks, what are their strengths? He is big, huge push with 1 unit at a time, and that kinda works as Kaisa, as I was talking about. They have them big ass units that can make a strong push in the late game. Darius with like potentially Cleave, Fox, so like potentially Mega Mech. So like these big bodies. So both these decks, we already spotted a strength in them that we could use or at least try to build around to have an edge on them. And then Yi is also playing them strong spells that you want to be able to play around. They are less expensive than Kaisa's, but I'm talking Catalyst, I'm talking Charm, I'm talking Defy. These are spells that you want to be able to play around in most Yi's games, and if you are able to do so, most of the time you are ahead because you are better in the early game, and then you match them because you disable their strong top end tools, basically. So I could see while thinking about the formats that there were similarities in Yi and Keise that I could probably exploit to try and beat them. That was my starting point, if you will. And then I looked for, like, okay, I know I want to play around this, but how do I do it? Which chords are going to help me do so? And the chord that is like completely crazy to me in the current formats, in my opinion, is Windwall. I think Windwall is completely cracked off a chord. Let me just show it to you, like Windwall. So I decided that I wanted to focus my deck building on having the possibility to run Windwalls in the main deck and make them as viable as I could. And so that was my standpoint in like, okay, if I'm into Kaise, I will give them spot in which they want to time warp me, in which they want to rain me, which means having a game plan, right? I'm going to drop too many units on the board, and they know I'm dropping too many units, and they want to use that Icathian Rain. But what if I have runes open? And what if they Icathian Rain and I win wall and they just lost the game? Because I have a full board and they skipped their turn. So that was the plan behind it. And I wanted to, like, I could have not played them and just applied the pressure with open runes. But then I felt like it's better to be able to show them, like, yeah, I play that card, you have to be wary about it. And so that was it for the Kaisa matchup. That was my plan. And also into Yi, there are two strong things. First thing is DeFi is extremely strong into Yi on like discipline, charm, catalyst, whatever. And basically Windwall is a bit more expensive of a DeFi, but it's still an extra DeFi, right? And second thing is if you are into Yi or into basically any green matchup and you have Windwall, you are the one holding the DeFi that can't be defied. Because Windwall is 2 power, so they can't defy Windwall. So you know that even when you try, like you are going to play these like I play a spell, you react, I react, you react chains, you are the one that decides when it stops and when you have advantage, and they can't do anything about it. They can't outplay Windwall. They just get hit with Windwall and they shut their mouth. So this was a chord I wanted to focus my entire deck building around. And so far, it's been doing wonders for me. This card is extremely good. It's just a bit expensive. So we have to build a deck to enable it. But you will see that starting from that point and like that position of trying to include Windwall to counter them spots, everything is kind of logical starting from here. Only 2 in the main, and then I have another extra copy in the sideboard, I think. No, I did cut it. Yeah, I did cut it, but I add for some time a 3rd copy in the sideboard. So this was my plan. Now, let's get straight into the deck building as like top plan and then what comes out of it. And you will see that it's getting kind of logical in a way. So I want to enable Windwall, no reversal, and how many DeFis? I'm on 3 DeFis and no reversal for sure. I never play reversal, like not even the sideboards. I want to enable Windwall, right? And you guys know me already. I'm a big Blue Ahri fan. I think Blue Ahri has always been stronger than Green Ahri. Green Ahri is a trash unit except from like certain situations. But like most of the time, Blue Ahri is stronger. So I wanted to be able to make use of that Blue Ahri potential. And that is still the standpoint I had when I made the first list. In like, I want to try and gain every might I can, every might advantage I can. Because like, this is 1 might for everyone. Then this is 2 might for a person, whether I'm attacking or defending. And then I want to be able to generate a lot of might on top of it to outplay my opponent in the early to mid game and then get ahead before we reach the late game, right? That was already the point for the first list. It's going to be a big point for the second list too. Only difference is that now I have alt art Ahri because like codes are official now. So we are going to be playing a lot of spells because we want to have that might advantage. So we are on the 3 Angwards, of course. We are on the 3 Disciplines, of course. These are the best buffers available right now. We will for sure be on that Feral Strength once it releases in set 2, but like, you get me. We are on them Stupefies, and we are on the Smoke Screens. So basically, we are playing every spell that gives us a tiny bit of might, be it buffing us or debuffing the opponent. These cards, as I told you before, are extremely strong into like Yi and Kai'Sa, because once again, what's strong with Yi and Kai'Sa is how much they are able to do with their top end cards. Like Dead Bloom, yo Mike, how you doing, brother? Dead Bloom, Iketan Rain, White Flame Protector, Time Warp. Like these cards are basically, if they don't do anything, they pass turn because they are extremely expensive. But they do so much that they still want to play them, right? Well, these cards allow me to deal with these Foxes, with these Red Dariuses, with these potential Megamechs, with these Dead Blooms. Because like, if I'm into Yi, and he comes in with like whatever Dead Bloom, like this is neg 1, so Dead Bloom is 7, and now this is neg 4, so Dead Bloom is now 3 might. And that makes it so that like most of my units beat it, which is exactly what I want, right? I want Dead Bloom to be 3 might. You will see why later on. So this is to deal with big bodies, and this is just to like, just overall good cards, cheap enough to be played in like basically every game. So the exact type of card I want to have 3 of in my main deck. And also, like, these 6 are so sick at cycling the deck, especially when you're on that Dreaming Tree. But they are also good out of that Dreaming Tree scenario, because, like, basically for 1 energy, I'm just going to dig my deck for an extra quartz. Like, it's extremely cheap. I know I'm going to be able to play it being on my units or your units, whatever. And then, like, I'm just going to be able to cycle my end and get access to, like, resources and grinding my deck. So this was the buff, debuff, like, might generators, let's say, lineup that I opted for. I'm basically playing all of it, right? Let me just put them here. Okay. This is, let's just put it that way. This is my differential, as I told you before. This is enabling Win-Win. 2 of the bigger axes that I wanted to combine in this deck, like to counter the meta, as I talked you through. What is the perfect cards as at enabling both these strategies? I know some of you guys in the chat know already, because you are on the Discord and, like, we talked about it. But in my opinion, one of the strongest cards in green in the current format, especially because Winwo is so good, is Sona. So I am now running 3 Sonas in the main deck as an extremely strong card to bridge both of them strategies, being able to have access to that Winwo basically at any time in the game, and also to them buffs at any time in the game, forcing my opponent to make guesses out of what my end could be, what they have to play around, and also using that concept that I'm talking about a lot, which is like, once I have Sona on board, I can fully develop for, like, I can permanently develop, tapping all my runes, and I will forever have 4 runes open. And so that makes it like Ahri is kind of Annie in a way. It's like you can drop a lot of boards, and then you still have like 6 runes open to play to play during your opponent's turn. And also something that I did love with Sona is like, when I'm paired into a strong player, or at least a like good player, which are supposedly the players that are like the worst matchups for Ahri, because they are supposedly knowledgeable about everything that you can do, be it battle tricks, win-woes and stuff. So like they can kinda read what you are trying to do. Well, you can use this as an advantage against them. Because then if you drop Sona, they are on case, and you drop Sona, and you restand 4 runes, like I'm in that spot of having 4 runes open. Even if I don't have access to Windwall in my hand, you have to play around Windwall. Because I could very well have Windwall. And that means you can't activate Iketan Rain. You can't activate Time Warp. You probably can't activate like Primal Strength to try and trade and whatever. Because I have the potential to be able to Windwall them. And that's most of the time enough to warp their plays so that they like have dead cards in their hands. Because they don't want to use these cards, risking to skip a turn. Because if they do and I Windwall them, like if they play Iketan Rain and I Windwall them, they tapped 7 runes for nothing. So basically, extremely good. Extremely strong, in my opinion, to combine both these cards and creates a bigger edge into even like skilled players, which is most of the time people say, yeah, Ahri is good at beating noobs, but then if you can't read the end, it's doomed. Not the case. Like it's creating a bigger edge in like those stronger player matchups, right? So the only thing now is, how do we manage to enable Sona on a consistent basis? Because like Sona, you need to play her. For those who don't know Sona, Sona is, while I'm at the battlefield, ready 4 runes at the end of your turn. So we have to be able to drop Sona at a battlefield. And one of the biggest problems in Sona was that if you miss on turn 1, or if you are not able to conquer, then Sona is kinda slow. So I had to try and make Sona work, so the rest of the build is kinda oriented towards either making advantage out of Sona's effect, or making Sona alive in the early game. And for that reason, I upgraded the list from 6 turn 1s previously, which were 3 Ravenbloom and 3 Porous, which are the better ones. Don't get me wrong, once it's out, we are going to be playing that blue Poro for sure. But so far, these are the good ones that you want to play if you are on... Oh, hello? Ah, yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think now they can see exactly what I'm talking about. E. Love you. Kitty cat. Yeah, yeah. Like, why not just, like, let's not just pass by. Let's just sit here. That seems like a plan, right? Yeah, you get me. You get me. Yo, Soren. Yeah. She's the star of the show. She's the streamer now. I'm just being like second-rate character. So like these were the good ones, and I also added Watchful Sentry, which I'm not a big fan of, but so far I feel like it's the best turn 2 available outside of like these 6. Hey, loved your first list, and I guess I love more your list with Sona. Hey Kido, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I think you are going to love that list too. It's pretty cute. Next 9 are Charm, Defy, and Ward. And Ward is here already, so next 9 can't be Defy and Charm and Ward. But yeah, there are Charms and there are them in the deck. Good idea to go to 8 2-drops. I think Sentry Superior Clockwork. I think so. The idea is basically Sentry is either here to like dig through your deck and just like get them early points, or to enable Sona. And in both scenarios, you don't need a lot of might because Sona is might herself. Like where you are going. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the photo, by the way. So this is the 8 turn ones that I decided to play to enable Sona. If I was not playing Sona, I would probably still be on like them 6 turn ones. But like playing Sona forces me kinda to bring in 2 extras. So the idea, if you guys have not seen the list from me already, the idea is that 8 is the number that allows you to have maximum chances of opening 8 turn 1 units, but not increase your chances of opening several of them too much. Basically, that's the point. Sentry over Clockwork, yes. So this deck burns a lot of power. You pay power to play Windwall, you pay power to play Sona, you pay power to play Ahri, you pay power to play Smokescreen. So I kinda wanted an option that was not costing me power in the early turns. And this was Sentry. Thank you for the photo, Faker. Welcome, brother. So these are my 8 turn ones, and then my last units in the deck, because I'm once again not playing a whole lot of units, or them Sprite Mother. So previously I was on 3 Sprite Mother. I still think it's extremely strong in the Kaisa matchup. The reason I accepted not to play so much of them and to cut 1 is that we are playing a lot less items. We are not playing Tasty Folk anymore. Not Tasty, sorry. Blast Confi, Pine Confi, whatever. And we are not playing the Sprite Co anymore. So there's not as much value as having one of these sprites like get a quick conquer, and then you can hide the chord and you make a lot of value out of it. So this chord is still strong, pretty good in Kaisa. When they wipe your board, you are able to like generate and accelerate, retake a battlefield, and so on and so on. Pretty good chords. I have this third one in the sideboard. We are going to talk about sideboarding right after. But I still think it's strong, and I still think you need to play them. I just needed room to fit the rest of the chords, and so that was the chord I decided to cut. Cat wants to go out. Give me a second. Great, Cat is out. You can use max 3 chords in deck. Here is only spells, no traps. Yup, exactly. You can only, like, Rebound is not so complicated of a game as Yu-Gi-Oh! But there are quote-unquote traps indeed, with iron chords. So I only play 2 Strike Master, and that's it for my units. So once again, you can see that this is not much, in a way. Your bigger plan in the game is to protect them. Like, you don't want to give them units up. You want to protect that Sona. You want to protect them turn ones when you can. You want to protect that blue Ahri as much as you can. But what's better than before at doing so is that you have access to Windwall to deal with their expensive removals. You can negate Falling Star, which you could not do before in the previous list with Windwall. And that's also something that I like. I did not talk about it, but I like in this list is that Windwall is almost never useless, because even if they side out both Iketchen Rain and Time Warp because they saw you play that Windwall, well, you can just win-wall Falling Star. They are never going to side out Falling Star. And then you have a pretty much decent trade because most of the time you are ahead in points and tempo. And like Falling Star is what they use to make up for that difference. And then if you negate it, one, they don't make up for the difference in tempo and the advantage that you have. And two, they don't play a chord because negating a chord with either win-wall or defy makes it so they did not play it. So that mostly disables Darius because they are going to use that Falling Star on like 7 runes to make sure they can restand Darius because you can't negate it theoretically. And then you can just use win-wall and their whole turn sequencing is doomed basically. Nope. I'm not playing neither Watcher or Tasty. I think they are too expensive. I'd rather play something like Mundo that closes out games than either Watcher or Tasty. So that's about it for units. And then we have what we could call like useful spells in a way. Spells that make green and blue such great colors, in my opinion. In like DeFi, we play 3 of them, of course. DeFi is such a strong card. And like that makes it like 5 DeFis win-win wall. So like they are even better when they stack together. Because then if I'm into Kaisa, like I try to conquer a battlefield, use Extech Ray, I can just DeFi, and then your turn comes up and you want to blast my board, and I can just use win-wall to like negate that Falling Star, and then you are out of spells. And I'm actually the one in the lead, and there's nothing you can do about it. Charms, I play 3 of them now because sometimes it's hard, especially into Yi, it's hard to win going second because like they get a hold of a specific battlefield, and then like you potentially have a push with like Blue Ahri and Smokescreen, but if they have DeFi, you are sometimes doomed. So what I like to do with them Charms is, of course, you can use them to reach Kaisas and Dariuses in the base and stuff. Extremely strong, I'm going to talk about that later on. But like sometimes you can just say, okay, Yi, your Poro is going back to base. Like this goes back to base. And then I'm just going to conquer the battlefield. And that's sometimes enough to create a difference in the game state. Especially into battlefields like God of the Grove Willow, in which if they hold, they draw, and so on and so on. And of course, it's also extremely strong into Kaisa, paired with Blue Ahri, mostly. Because like if they have Darius is 5 might, but then you can just charm it. It's comes into Blue Ahri, then Legend Effect makes it 4, and then Blue Ahri makes it 2. And so like Blue Ahri on its own trades with Darius. So it's somewhat important sometimes to be able to deal with Kaisa's base. Otherwise, they can just like build up such a big board, and it's hard to take care of it. And then we have the 3 blue staples that are like also very important to the list in my opinion. Here we go. First one is playset of Retreats. Retreats is extremely strong in a lot of situations. It's extremely strong into Yi, because if they charm, Retreat is the perfect way to play around Charm. They wasted a rune, they did not achieve anything. It's an extremely good card into Kaisa. Sometimes you don't need to win wall Falling Stars because you have access to Retreat. It's also good at like they play Fox, they come and challenge you. You can just retreat your unit. You have extra resources to deal with the Fox, and it helps you make up for the power cost of your whole deck, which is pretty expensive. It's pretty power hungry. So having access to that, them 3 copies of Retreat is strong, and also it allows you to be the better user in the game of Dreaming Tree, which everybody's playing right now. So what this means is basically if we are in that Dreaming Tree, I have 3 retreats, 3 Hang Wards, 3 disciplines, 3 stupefys, and I have the maximum copies of like interactions on the Dreaming Tree playable in the game right now. So if Kaisa is going Dreaming Tree game 1, she's playing a good battlefield for me, and I'm the one going to use it to make advantage off of it. And when I'm going Dreaming Tree myself, I'm the one making advantage of it too, more than Kaisa is. Because Kaisa has access to Cleave, Retreat, and Stupefy mostly. And that's exactly what I want. I have more copies, I draw more, so most of the time I'm going to be the one getting advantage of it. And the last 3 cards in my deck are Konsu the Past, which I think is an amazing card. This deck is kinda hungry on the amount of cards you have in your hands. Because like if you don't have cards to draw, sometimes you are stuck with units and you don't get access to your spells, and your spells are what gets your deck going. Because then you want Dreaming Tree, you draw, then you play, then you draw again, then you push, then like units, a combination of both units to cast your spells onto and continue spells to buff them units. And like Consult is extremely strong at doing that. Something that I also like a lot is in the early to mid game, your opponent is not going to challenge Sona most of the time, because like I drop this in the battlefield, then I drop Sona. You can't contest. Like I have 4 runes open, I have Ravenbloom, I have Sona. Like if you come here, your units are going to die, you're going to achieve nothing. So I know I'm going to have like at least 1 or 2 turns in which I can make use of Sona's runes for quote unquote free, right? And an amazing way of doing so is just Hardcasting Consult the Past. You just Hardcast Consult the Past. You use the 4 runes of Sona to not pay power, use it, and draw 2 cards. It's completely free. They know they can't challenge you, so they are going to develop in base and then maybe conquer the other battlefields. And then when they conquer, or when they develop in base and play something that has an effect, like let's say Yod or whatever, you can just like drop the Consult for 4 runes and just draw 2 cards, and it's free. And like if you are in a scenario in which you have a lot of runes, in which you have access to a lot of resources, then you can just pay an extra power to hide that Consult and also play it for free and still have runes standing with Sona. So basically, I think Consult is just amazing in the list, and you will see that as part of the plan, these cards are extremely crucial. Like these toolbox cards are extremely crucial. What about Find Your Center over Consult? I don't like Find Your Center because like I want to be able to create card advantage. My whole like purpose with this list is I'm playing more cards than you, and after that I still have more cards than you. Like you are going to be using a spell, I'm going to be using Retreat, I'm going to have an extra unit in hand, then draw a card off of Dreaming Tree, then ramp a rune. And so like I have 2 extra cards in hand and I have a rune. Like it's just like basically tempo. You are using cheap spells to create advantage when you can, right? And Find Your Center does not generate card advantage. Most of the time when playing into case and having decent games, I'm like on 5, 6, 7 cards in hand and they only have 1 or 2. And like the games that I lost most of the time were because I was missing on card advantage, and so I did not have enough options to like bluff, play with my hand, play with my runes, and so it was like not so much of a great spot to be in. So I absolutely think you need Consult to generate more card advantage. You could consider Find Your Center as like maybe 1 charm and 1 whatever, but I would rather play Consult for sure. Edit ever Rune Prison over 1 smoke screen? I feel like White Flame can cook you Ords. So I have Rune Prisons in the sideboard, don't get me wrong. The card is strong, right? I have 3 of them exactly for that matchup. I feel like game 1, you can kind of play into Yi confidently, because like you have the wind walls, you have the defies, so you are going to be the one having the more resources to like warp their place. First of all, you have resources to play around the charm. They don't have resources to play around your charm except defy, but then you can defy the defy basically. And also you can kind of play around White Flame, because like if they have something in base, either you can charm it or you respect it, and then you just retreat everyone but a Poro or a Ravenbloom or a Sentry, whatever, and then you just reconquer on top, because the units they White Flame, they are like small units like Pit Rookie, Poro, whatever. So you can just like, okay, you kill a unit, it's fine, kill it. Then I just like next turn it's like 5 might, whatever. I can just like trade it with whatever and the smoke screen on top or in Ahri on top. So that's kind of the plan. And I'm not afraid of Dead Bloom, because like if they go Dead Bloom, well, any of these cards combined with this is game over basically. But yeah. Card advantage is important. Resource game is important. Don't worry, Faker. Feel free to ask. I'm going on with the profile, but feel free to ask. I see they are answering in chat. So like, thank you guys for answering. And that's why I'm not answering. But if you have any extra questions and they can't have answers to it, I will do it for you. Don't worry. So that's the point of the main deck. Was everything clear regarding like format reads, deck building, whatever? Or do you guys need extra explanation on anything? And if you're fine, let's jump into the battlefields, runes, and sideboards, right? Feel free. If you have any questions regarding the main deck, time to ask. Where is Sentry though? Sentry? Here. Here is Sentry. I still think if they play a Clockwork and then White Flame, you just lose the game. I strongly disagree. Like I'm just you're just giving away a unit, and then like you are using these and this. Like the key in Yi is not giving this away for free. If you manage to not give this away for free and play around charms, which you can most likely do because you have 2 win walls, 3 defies, 3 retreats, then game is over. So these are the spells. Here we go. Read this. I would love to see you play it with commentary. I will most likely be attending Nexus Nights this weekend. And I will try to film it if I can. If I have the room to film it, I will film it. And then I'm going to provide gameplay for sure. Because I know you guys have been asking for it for some time. So I'm going to provide gameplay. I would have wanted to have a game that we could cast right now, but I did not have the time to record it, mostly because I was at Robalas's place this weekend. I was intending to attend Nexus Night, but then a stream opportunity popped up. Regarding runes, we are on them 7 green and... Oh, sorry, I'm in the... Here, perfect. 7 green and 5 blue runes. Before it was 7 blue and 5 green. But we are now on Sona, we are not on Mundo anymore. So basically the split changed. Allows us to play Windwall even in the mid game. Allows us to play Defies, Charms, Sona. You could potentially want to be on 4 blue and like 4 blue and then 8 green, because you burn a lot more green. But you are on Sprite Mother and Smokescreen, and sometimes you need to combine both. And so, like, the fact that you need to have 2 blue runes makes it so that 5 is the correct number. You own and out resource them from Dreaming Tree and Consorts. Yeah, that's basically it, but like you don't need Dreaming Tree to do it. But like that's basically it. The win con is you are hyper fast in the early game. Like you are really, really fast in the early game at scoring points, contesting battlefields and stuff, and making advantage. And like developing board, because once they're Sona, you don't need to care about having open runes, so you can just develop. And then when they come crashing into, like you force them to come crashing into you in spots they don't like. Like for Yi, typically it's like when they are on 8-9 runes, they don't want to fight at that time. They'd rather fight on like 10-11, so they have runes for that Defy, Discipline, whatever, on top of the 8 might. But like you force them to fight earlier than they would like to. And then you have grinded your deck to find them smoke screens, to find them buffs, to find them charms if needed to break their setup, and so on and so on. And so basically, you are forcing them into a like mid-game scenario that they don't like, and that's what makes the difference. You owe that and out resource them. Yeah, that's kind of it. Would you try it out on TCG Arena? I don't know TCG Arena, but what we can do is I try and record gameplay this weekend, and then we can probably try and cast it next week. What do you think? So we have both like that theory video, and then I can show you what it looks like in practice. But I can tell you what I played into like 3-4 cases so far. Some of them good, some of them mid, but like overall interesting to play into them. And I've also played into Yi. And like both these matchups feel good. Yi is kind of the tougher one now because like you don't have Blast Cone. So before it was like really free. Now it's good-ish. But I still think it's like favored if you are a good player. And then we have battlefields before jumping into the side deck. Rather important. Because these are what we use to make advantage. Game 1, most of the time, I'm going to go Trifarian War Camp. This is one of the innovations that I was able to bring into the deck because I did cut Mundo. If you guys remember, in my first build, I was playing two Mundos, in the main deck. So I was playing Zone Warren because I needed that cycling power to make Mundo live and find it or discard it in like them games. Them game once before siding it out if it's not good, like for example in TE. Warcamp is now the better game on battlefields. It's neutral, but it's neutral in the sense that I'm the one making advantage off of it. Because if I'm into Warcamp, I can just negate your +1 with Ahri Legend when you attack me, and I still have the +1. So let's say I have Sentry in there. Where is Sentry? I have Sentry. Then Sentry is 2 might because Warcamp. And then Poro comes in. Poro is here, Poro comes in. Poro is 3 because Warcamp, but then Ahri makes it 2 again. And so we have that 2 into 2 trade that already forces you to crash resources or use cards from their end. But then if they do so, I'm in a good spot because like I have more spells than they do. So most likely I'm winning that spells battle. 100% of the time when you fight into Yi and you go into these spell battles, like I'm using Engward, you use Engward back, they use Defy, you use Defy, you win because you have like 2 times as many spells as they have in their deck. So that's where you want to like bring them in terms of game state. Also, same into Kaisa that allows you to like negate their +1, but very interesting. That allows you to play much more efficiently around Kaisa's blasting spells, right? Because then Kaisa, how can Kaisa blast in the current formats? Rather simple. They can blast with X-Tech Ray, which is 3 damage. They can blast with Void Seeker, which is 4 damage. And they can blast with Falling Star, which is 3 and 3. And they can blast with Ikithin Rain, which is like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 a lot of the time, right? Okay. What does this card do? 4 might. Beats Falling Star, alright? They need to use 2 pings. So if you have like something like Retreat, extremely efficient, right? Also beats X-Tech Ray already, because like 4 health, right? So once again, pretty good in that spot. Does not beat Void Seeker, because like 4 and Void Seeker is 4. But if I do this, now it's 5. So it beats Void Seeker, okay? And if you are playing into Rain, if we are here, what they can do is they can use 3 pings on that Sona to quote unquote make sure it dies. Because like if they use 3, they deal 6. If I use Engwards or Discipline, it's still 6 and it dies, right? But then if I'm into that Warcamp, they are kind of forced to use 4 pings onto that Sona. Because if they go 2, 4, 6, but this is 5 because of Warcamp, if I use like Engwards, it goes to 7 and survives. So they kinda have to use 4 pings. And then once again, that makes Retreat extremely efficient at protecting that Sona and wasting most of their spell. It's almost like a mini wine wall in the sense that they wasted about 80% of their Ikithin Rain doing nothing. Okay, Cat wants to come in. Give me a second. This also works for the other units in the deck, by the way. So this, you guys understood why it's good, right? Now, if we're talking about the other units, where you guys at? So this I already talked about, dealing with turn 1s. This being 4 is crazy strong. Plays around X-Tech Ray, plays around Falling Star, whereas before it was exposed to all of these cards, so pretty strong. And then Sprite Mother is also 3, and the Sprite is 3. So once again, allows Sprite Mother and the Sprite to play around Falling Star and X-Tech Ray. And then you have, like, what they have to use to kill these cards is Void Seeker, but your deck is as one of the best answers to Void Seeker in the game, maybe the best answer in DeFi. So they kind of don't want to have Void Seeker in their deck fighting green, and they surely don't want to activate it. Because then you DeFi and they just pay the power for nothing. They just like do not draw, do not deal damage. Like it's too expensive of a cost, Void Seeker. So Trifarian is a pretty strong innovation that I like a lot in the deck so far. And now, talking about the other battlefields, it's much more of my like classic lineup that you guys know about already. Going first, so if I lose game 1 or game 2 and I know I'm going first game 2 or game 3, I'm going for Grove. Allows me to be a strong holder with like whatever turn 1 I'm dropping in this game state. So whatever, like this is not good at holding for sure, right? But like this is good at holding, this is good at holding, of course. And then most of the time going first, I'm pretty happy. Like let's say even if it's like Sentry, I'm pretty happy to do this, and then on turn 2 I drop this, and then what do you do, right? Like what do you do into like this battlefield with like 4 runes open? Like basically nothing. There's nothing you can do to trade it, at least in the early turns of the game, for sure. And the other battlefield is Dreaming Tree, which is the kind of go-second battlefield that you want to see, because obviously, as you said, we are using a legend that says when you are holding a battlefield, you do something, right? So obviously you are a bit weaker at going second. That's just like obvious. I will not be the one saying like, no, this deck is like goated going second. Of course, it has issues, mostly because this legend is vanilla if you are going second, right? But then in Dreaming Tree, it's different. Because first of all, you can take advantage of your opponent's Dreaming Tree. Once again, every case says on Dreaming Tree right now, or most of them. And also, you can use your own Dreaming Tree as a way to push going second. And that makes your buff cards so insanely better. Like these cards, even this basically, are and this are so much better in Dreaming Tree that this kinda makes up for the weakness of going second. And this also makes up for the fact that this card does not draw cards. And so sometimes going second, you are using it to push. Like let's say it's another battlefield, like let's say this one. I'm like going there, then I have to use effect, then I have to use Engward, then okay, I conquer. But like I dropped a unit, I dropped an Engward, I did not make any quad advantage out of it. Can be harsh sometimes if you don't see like consult and stuff. But like if you are on Dreaming Tree, then it's completely different, because then you can just go like, okay, I push with Ahri, I conquer, I use my Engward, but I cycle, I draw another card, so I still have cards in hand to pressure you during your turn. And that's the point. So that was my battlefield lineup. Only the sideboards is left to talk about. Is there anything you guys would want to discuss? Do you have any questions regarding the game plan, battlefield, runes, main deck? Feel free to ask now, and we can I can answer once we're done. How do you win through Watcher's Dead Blooms? Interesting question. We might as well talk about this right now, okay? The point is, for these big cards to have impact, they have to have runes to go with it, right? And what you want to do is try and prevent them from reaching a spot in which they are comfortable dropping these big top-end cards, like Watcher, Dead Bloom, whatever. So we are using that Ahri as a strong standalone holder that we can buff with Engward, we can buff with Discipline, we can protect with Retreats if needed. So basically, like, that's the point of this Ahri. And also, so main deck wise, we have some tools in like this. Because if your Watcher comes in my battlefields, which is held by Ahri, Watcher is 7, right? Now, Watcher is 6, because -1. Now, Watcher is 4, because -2. Now I play this, I'm 5. For 1 energy. So what do you do, right? Your Watcher dies. You have Cleave. Okay, I just defied. Game over. I won. You paid 8 energy, dropped 2 power for 1 energy or 2 energy. I killed it. Exact same thought process for Dead Bloom. And I'm not even talking about like potential smoke screens, right? That we also have in the deck. Like these cards, just like they kill them bodies. Like if you don't have Ahri, you have whatever. This right now is like Ahri. You come in with like Dead Bloom. Let's talk about Dead Bloom now, okay? You come with Dead Bloom. This is 3 because it's defending. Dead Bloom is now 7 because I'm using this. Okay, Dead Bloom is 7. I resolve this, it's 3 and 3 we trade. I resolve this plus like whatever of this, I win the fight. So that's the point. You want to force them to commit them big units and take risky trades. And that's the exact same thing for expensive spells. You want to force them to commit them expensive cards that are the only things that can break your board. And then you can just use Wind Wall to negate it, basically. So that's the win condition into big bodies. The battlefield spread, to answer you, Shafin, is 3-4 in game 1. 3-4 in game 1. Then going first, whatever game 2, game 3, Grove. Then Dreaming Tree going second. So game 1, going first, going second, basically. Process for Dreaming Tree is interesting though. I feel like Retreat can be a dead card in some matchups, which feels like Dreaming Tree can help compensate, so they are at least +1. Yeah, exactly. And like Retreat is not so bad because like in these matchups in which they don't play a lot of spells, most of the time their way to deal with your bodies is like insane amounts of might. Like let's say Set. The way Set deals with like Ahri, like blue Ahri, is like he sends a 12 might orange Set in the battlefield, and then you just can't buff enough to beat it, right? But then if you have Retreat, what's extremely interesting is that you forced orange Set to come into the battlefield, right? And that's exactly what you want into Set, because you also play a Charm in the main. And that's somewhat of the win condition into Set, is that you force that orange Set to come into the battlefields, then you potentially retreat, like you get Ahri, you get the extra rune, blah, 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 maybe draw if you are in Dreaming Tree. But what you can do then is you can trade the orange Set in the battlefield because it's now small, because like it's 5 might or whatever, so you have like almost free trades. And then when it's in base, you can just charm it back and kill it for good. Like they can't save it twice because it does not get a buff during your turn. So the point is, sometimes you want to bait them into a battlefield. Let's say I'm leaving Sona alone in there, because I have Ahri in base, and I'm just leaving Sona in the battlefield, and I'm like, okay, come trade Sona. It's so much value, right? So much value to play around Sona. And then like you have this, and like Charm. Let's not talk about retreat, but like let's talk about just Charm. They come, they kill Sona. Okay, cool, whatever. I get there, I kill them. Orange Set goes back to base. I Charm, he comes back, he dies. And like I got rid of the biggest threat on the board. Ahri plus pump into Watcher losing inside 3-4, which is an issue. Yeah, so Watcher, you have to play around the court, but it's like basically it's the most problematic one in the sense that it also gives value to whatever they established in the base. So it's not like Dead Bloom, you can just only consider you beat Dead Bloom, you beat the turn, right? Watcher, sometimes you have to do a bit more than that because you also have to beat what they set up in base because your units are now smaller. So you have to consider what they have and not only Watcher, right? Then you can use Charms to get rid of the base before. You can use pumps, smoke screens. Like this makes Watcher 1 might, by the way. And this is not like an impossible combo. Basically, you just have to draw smoke screens. Like this is guaranteed, this is guaranteed. So you just have to draw smoke screen, right? This makes Watcher 1 might. Like it's 7, now it's 6, now it's 4, now it's 1. So like it's 4 from impossible to play around Watcher. And if you don't have anything, maybe the game is lost already. Like if you do not draw any pump or whatever. But also like make sure you don't give out free units to Watcher because Kaisa is not that hard to fight back in. What you want is just you don't give free trades because if they trade with their unit, that makes their spells even more efficient because now they manage to kill units already. So if they kill the rest with the spells, your board is empty. Whereas if they have to kill everything with spells, then they commit into this and you are in a great spot. Basically, that's the point. What I would say though is Kaisa is by far the toughest matchup. Most people are not expecting these cards game 1, so you can catch them off guard game 1. But I still think this matchup is like 50-50, maybe Ahri favored if you're playing into someone who does not expect win walls. But Sona is an important piece of the game plan, and if you don't see Sona, it can be hard to develop enough to play around them spells while still being able to have enough runes to play the win wall. So Sona is a very key port to the Kai'Sa matchup. If you don't see it, sometimes games are like not unwinnable, but like harder for sure. If they somehow conquer with Watch Your Dead Bloom White Flame, how do you play the rest of the game? Hope you add points temper going into those turns and trade points back and forth. Kinda, because like I have like to answer these big ass cards in the late game. I have this, and where is the third one? This. To answer them big cards if they manage to conquer in the late game. I have this, of course, which are perfect answers to them big ass cards in the late game. Potential multiple buffs, and then let's perfect transition actually to talk about sideboards. This sometimes is not enough, or like you would want to have more of them to play into them big bodies matchup, namely Set and Yi mostly. Well, how about we do so with the sideboards? So we are bringing in them 3 rune prisons to make sure 1, they never conquer, and 2, if they happen to do so, we can just play for the other battlefields, and then if they try to conquer both, we can just save 1 for sure. So like this is the sideboard plan for like the key cards to see in the Yi matchup and in the Set matchup. In these matchups, actually, those cards are extremely strong, but like cards like Stupefy are not as good, right? Like if you are paired into Set or Yi and you know that they will come with like 12 might or something like that, well, 1 might difference is not so much. So you can kind of swap them for free and you still have interesting outs. Retreats are not so strong. So if you've seen your opponent is not on that like Snapvine, a lot of challenging stuff game 1, you can just side them retreats, and then you have a deck full of like combat tricks to be able to beat Yi. So that's a bit of adaptation also. Most of the time I'd say you got retreats, but sometimes you can see like they played 1-2 challenge game 1, potentially they play Snapvine. You want them retreats in to make sure you don't get scammed out of tempo. And also something that you have to be wary about is when going second, because like these decks, both Set and Yi, are tough to face going second, and that's when you bring in that piece of shit that I don't like, but I think it's one of the safest ways to make sure you can still pressure going second in the area, green area. So especially good Set players, after facing this list several times, at least those I've playtested against, they tend to like realize that if they just go first and drop everything in the battlefield, you can never retake. And they are kind of right. Like let's say they go Citria, then on top they play Orange Set, then on top they play like King Kumonk buff everyone, then on top they play Fiora buff. Like you can't reconquer. Like you can't have this, right? But then you can just, when you know they are going first, side that green area, and then you have a perfect spot at like, okay, now if you don't fight my boards, I'm the one going first. Because then let's say you let me drop a turn to unit, so a power up, and you are set, and you are playing for like these battlefields, and I'm playing for like this one, let's say, whatever. You are set, you are going first. I have Ahri there. Green Ahri in the champion zone instead of blue Ahri post side. Okay? He goes there. He has a unit there. Whatever, a unit. I go there. He's up a point so far, right? Now, he goes another unit there because like he realized that stacking is strong into Ahri. And I go Sona there. Okay? Now he's like, nah, I don't care about Sona. I'm ahead in points. You will need to come and fight me. So I'm going to keep stacking. And he does this. 3 units. Like let's say Citria, then yellow Set, then orange Set. Whatever. Okay? Then I do this. Game is over. Like basically game is over. I have 4 runes open. He has nothing set up. He has to fight into 4 runes open, and I will score points fight faster than he does, even going second. So they have to, even going first, care about your boards. They have to care about your boards. They have to play around the fact that you are going to be able to establish a winning condition even going second. And so that's the point in some of these matchups. You have to bring in that green Ahri for that specific reason. I don't like the card. It's too expensive. It's not a good rate for a format card. But that's your only way of applying pressure. So they can't do this. But they have to do something like maybe drop 2 and then have 1 in base. And that's exactly what you are looking for in like trying to charm 1 here, then it dies, and then they are weak and you can push or something like that. Kind of the plan, right? What if he has ganking battlefield? That's a very specific question, but I think if he has ganking battlefield, that still means he needs to weaken this board to push this one. So he's coming onto my field to fight me as a going first person, which once again, the thing I'm afraid of going second is that he just stacks everything and I have no way to play around that. But if he comes fighting into my field, well, he comes fighting into Ahri's legend effect. He comes fighting into my spells. So I guess I'm definitely fine with that, in my opinion. Do you guys understand better the win condition into this big bodies matchup? Of course, it's not absolute. Of course, it's going to have like be very knowledgeable about like tempo and like what they can do on the next turn, and like if I do this and stack this, can they conquer? If so, how? But like if you manage to understand all of this thought process, most of the time you are going to have a shot at least outplaying them. So green Ahri does not get sided into the legend zone. She does. She gets sided in the champion spot, going second into Set and Yi specifically. Good night, Madden. See you, brother. Have a good night. Have a good night's sleep. So green Ahri was the first piece of the sideboard. Then we have the Sprite Mother, third one. As I told you before, I'm only playing 2 in the main deck. This is not mandatory. This could potentially be something else. I'd have to think about it. But I really love the card into Kai'Sa. I think it's really strong and important into Kai'Sa. And I could definitely see it being needed as a 3-off in the main deck if Kai'Sa is a bit more represented. So versus Set and Yi, it's good to side out Blue Ahri for green exactly when going second. Yep, that's it. That's exactly that. Because this gives you a window to... Like Blue Ahri, basically what you want to do going first is you drop it and then they have to come fight it and they have to fight through the debuff, right? But then going second, you drop Blue Ahri in the battlefield, they can just ignore it because they have the points lead because they went first, basically. So you have to find a way to pressure the board that is not Blue Ahri, and that way to pressure the board is green Ahri, basically. So this is not mandatory. I think this could be something else, but like I still like it the way it is. Then I'm on to Adaptatron because I think so many decks right now are on gears that are crucial to their game plan that I felt like I needed to bring back Adaptatron to the list. This beats Aurora, of course. It's the strongest card to beat Aurora actually, because like can't get defied, it's not a spell, and also can't get sabotaged out of your hands because it's not a non-unit card, it's a unit actually. And can't get Mind Splittered out of your hand too, because like let's say you are into MF and they play Aurora and they play Mind Splitter, well you just have to drop Adaptatron before they are able to make Aurora alive, and there's nothing they can do about it basically. So you just have like you only play around one battlefield like this one, leave the other one unattended in the early game, and then when they drop Aurora, there's nothing there, so they can't bring Dead Bloom in there, they can't bring any Accelerate, whatever you need in there, and then you can just do this, and then you clear the Aurora, and you win the game, basically. It's also good into Darius Hook, and it's also decent into potential arena bar lists. I have a friend that runs 3 on arena bars at locals, and I figured that sometimes Adaptatron was a good card into that matchup, but I'm not playing it right now. Potentially in the future, I could see it being brought from the side deck to the main deck. Bullet Time. Well, I mean, if they go Bullet Time, I have 3 Defies, 2 Windwalls in my deck, and like I've had like 3 to 4 free turns to cycle. So like if I was not able to find a single DeFi or a win wall with a deck that is potentially the strongest deck at drawing in this entire game, well, life, I guess. Also, you are not doomed into like Aurora, because if you manage to have a decent early game, I'm not talking like a skyrocket early game, just a decent early game, and you have like this in the deck, I mean, like, you can buy that extra turn that you sometimes need to win into Aurora. Like their first push, you can actually beat most of the time. Maybe even their second push. I forgot it has no power to start. Definitely hard or raised for adapt to work. I think like also something that's funny. Like when you are into MF, you like basically don't have to buff in the mid game. So I'm just going to give you a cool interaction. You don't have to buff in the mid game because they don't play units, right? So you can just stack your buffs. And then when they drop Aurora, if they have a rune open and you adapt a trend to conquer a battlefield, they will probably try to ghost it. Because ghost is target a unit that has 3 or less might at the battlefield, send it back to the end. So you don't conquer, you don't clear Aurora. That's their plan, right? If you play a buff on top of said unit, it goes above that 3 might range, and so it negates quote unquote ghost. Like ghost does not affect the court. So since you never need to use this in the early game, you can just bait a ghost for free. Like you are getting there, they are ghosting, you go, okay, this, and then they can't ghost anymore. You have to react though. Like you conquer, you pass prio, they ghost, you react, then change resolves upside down. And so like this gets to 5, then ghost resolves, but it's not 3 anymore, so it does not get bounced. So you have many ways to play around MF, basically. Should I side out the 3 Stupefy and 3 Retreat for 3 Rune Prisons and 3 Adaptations? Yeah, that's kind of the plan. That's kind of the plan, yeah. You could still keep Stupefy the game you are on Dreaming Tree, because then you can just Stupefy your units to draw 2 for free, because they don't apply pressure once again. But most of the time, that's kind of the plan. You could... Charm is important though, because like sometimes they manage to get hold of a battlefield and like you can just like push them back to base and then conquer and close the game. And then you could also side this potentially out of the deck, because like it's not so good in the early to mid game. Like it's pretty expensive for what it does, and it's not good in the late game for sure. So this is the sideboard, and then where's the last playset? Dummy, I mixed everything up, right? Where is the last playset? Or don't we have it? I think we do. Oh, it's here, Rune Prison, yeah, of course. So, beat Aurora and Ook, beat big bodies, which can sometimes be too much for your buffs, and then specific matchups. That's the plan so far. You could play third win wall on that spot, but I just feel like most of the time when they've seen win wall game 1/2, they are siding out their big spells for the next one, and then the like win wall is kinda decent into Falling Star, but like not broken. So you don't want to have 3 of these. Also, these don't stack very well in your end. You want to see 1, but like not 2 or 3 in the game. 2 is sometimes fine in longer games, but like 3 is doomed. Rune Prisons. Yeah, exactly. Rune Prisons. SM Sprite Mother is nice into Annie as well. Yeah, Sprite Mother is nice overall. It's just a good card. I just needed to make room in the deck to fit everything I wanted to fit in, so I had to cut 1. But I still think it's an extremely strong card, yeah. Sprite Mother is basically here for Kaysa. It's basically here to beat Kaysa specifically, because it's extremely strong into Kaysa. Oh, like it's just an overall good card. Like you get 6 might for 4 energy, so it's just an overall good card, and then it's extremely strong into Kaysa. I'm gonna try this out. Do you have a link? Do I? I don't think so, but we're just going to cook it right now. So to just update it on Piltover Archive and send it to you, brother. That's about it for the deck stack, deck list, deck profile, whatever you want to call it. I saw someone talking about top end and stuff. This deck is extremely efficient at operating on low rune counts. Most of the time I close my games at like 6, 7, sometimes 8 runes. Not so much. I'm a big fan of Mundo, so if I was on more runes, I'd probably play Mundo. But you will see that you kinda don't need to have like so many runes, because most of the time what you need runes for is play units, then still have runes open to like have those spells available. But then if you manage to have that Sona online, you can be on fairly low rune count, like let's say 6, because you can tap 6 to play, and then you have 4 runes open to play spells. So basically you have like 10 runes, which is enough to match most of the current game or the current decks. So that's like not so much of a problem, but that means that you can't make these top end cards as efficient as you would want to. Also, I think it's fine because like most of the time these people that are playing like ramp Ahri, quote unquote, are also playing like blue Ahri or green, but like both cost a power. They are playing Clockwork, they are playing Fox, which is extremely power hungry, and like Time Warp, which is extremely power hungry. And like if they don't see Tasty, most of the time they run out of runes and can't use their cards. So like I just feel like this is not something that you like, does not combine pretty well. Either you play a slower list and you cut like turn ones and stuff, and then you want to rune and play big stuff, or you try a more aggressive approach, which is the option I decided to use. So your other list was not good because Keisa is playing Ikithan Rain again. Yeah, that's the point. Like, it was not good, but like some of these cards became suboptimal because Keisa was playing Rain again. Yep. I'm still not convinced by how you deal with White Flame, but I may be missing something. Feels like you only answer it to Storm and possible targets before they can White Flame. No, it's like this. Charm. Where are you at, baby Charm? And then retake. So potentially this, like you remove the targets so you don't lose a free unit for no reason, and then retake, because like whatever they conquered with what? Clockwork, Poro, like this beats them. This. Just don't give up on Ahri. Like, just make sure this is safe and you never lose it for no reason. And then like this is enough, basically. That's the point. And if they want to fight you and like they say, okay, you want to trade my Clockwork, I'm going to use spell, then you have this, so you win spell battles, basically. Thank you for the follow. Everything that runes that bloom ruins what flames target. Yeah, not necessarily. I tend to agree with Ryu on the difference, but like sometimes you can just force them to White Flame, or like deal with the White Flame push, and sometimes you just have to realize that you can't deal with the push, quote unquote give up, and then come back stronger. And that's what all of this allows you to do. Like this part of the deck, like I'm just going to slam everything around, but like you get me. And like this is MVP, of course. Just give me a second, cat wants to go out. Perfect. Kitty out. So was everything clear? Unfortunately, I don't have a gameplay vid to show you right now. What time is it? There's something I still want to do during that stream. So what time is it? Oh, I can't see the timer. Wait. Where's my taskbar? What you side out for Sprite Mother in the Kaisa matchup? To bait out Wild Flame and repush with everything. Yeah, kinda. Like, if they want to White Flame and you have that retreat, something like that, fine. Go ahead, White Flame. Most of the time, once again, they are in a tough spot. Like, you scored them early points in TE. They are in a tough spot. They need to go fast. So, like, there are two battlefields. Let's say they White Flame here, like here. Well, then whatever. You have another battlefield that they have to play around, and you can still push that one, which is also, like, you can still pressure both, basically. The big problem is, like, if you have you don't have enough points to pressure the board state, and they manage to bring White Flame in there, and then like something here, like they are pushing with like another White Flame or Day Bloom, whatever, then that's when things get complicated. But like most of the time you have enough points and enough great cards to like gain the extra turn that you need to close out the game. I hope everything was clear. I hope you guys like the idea. I hope some of you will be trying the deck at locals. I tried to break down my entire thought process into like not only making tech decisions for the deck, but like overall my vision of the formats and why I would be playing this deck, and like what are my options when it comes to deck building and what I want to counter in these big top end oriented decks. Remember that the strong decks, the strong decks in the formats, they are not good at generating a billion push. What they are good at is making their one strong push extremely efficient in Dead Bloom, White Flame, Iketan Rain, Darius Cleave, Fox. If you manage to create scenarios in which whatever push they use, you can like force them to use that one and you have a way to beat it, then it's like super strong. How did your list do in Nexus Night? I did not have the chance to play a Nexus Night yet because I've been busy every single fucking weekend for a month and a half. But it did do extremely well in testing against players that played and won those Nexus Nights. So like, I guess I would do fine. We'll have the answer Saturday because I'll be playing one this weekend finally. What's the Victor plan? Victor, you kind of naturally beat. Because like you have Windwall for Stratagem and you have much more drop power than they will ever have. So you are the one in the lead deciding whenever you want to fight. Also, Trifarian is a strong tool against Victor. Most of them run Trifarian and you also run it. The plan is usually what's a pain for Ahri is that like let's say I have a 2 might unit, whatever it is. Do we have one? Yeah, this one. I have a 2 might unit. They come with 2 tokens. It's now 4. Their tokens, while mine is only 3, right? Because they have a lot of small units, so they make use of that buff. But like now that we are on Ahri, like their tokens are still 1, so I'm the only one getting the buff. So like that does not matter in Trifarian. And out of that, yeah, Windwall for Stratagem is the plan. Decree is not good into you. That's not a goal that they want to play into you. Buffs are strong into Victor. You can defy Eden Blade if needed. You can retreat if needed. The only thing you have to be wary about against Victor is you don't want to drop that blue Ahri when you don't have other units to not have it cold the week. So either you have retreat and you protect it, or like you have another unit to tribute, because you never want to lose that blue Ahri to call the week in the early to mid game. This could be very detrimental to your game plan. No interest in using Portal Rescue? Not really, no. I kind of don't like Portal Rescue. It's too slow, too expensive, and so far does not achieve a lot. Right now. Potentially with some combinations of chords later on could be good, but like right now I don't feel like it's good enough to be of use. Any extra questions? Or do I just reset the camera and we can jump onto our last topic of the night? What time is it, by the way? I can't see the time for whatever reason. Let me just get there. It's 23:34. Perfect. Hope you guys like the profile. I'll just like put it in archive and then I'll just drop you the link. Let me just set up myself back in the usual stream setup. By the way, hope the quality was better. I think it was. Let me know if this was a bit blurry or something, but I think it was way better quality than the first profile was. So let me just like bring this here. Ooh, see? This here, then I can just do oh, my bad. Yep, great. Let me just grab this. We add the background again, and then we just go there, and everything should be perfect. Yeah. Okay, great. 10 out of 10. Thanks. Okay, perfect. Hope you guys found answers to your question. If you did not, or if you have anything come up through testing that you want to talk to me about, feel free to reach out on both Discords or Twitter. Ideally Discord, so that your question can also be useful for potential other people. But if you prefer Twitter, or if you don't have Discord or whatever, feel free to add me there, and I'll try and answer. So that was it for Ahri, and I already have close to done lists here. I'll just drop it to you. I think I just need to edit the side deck. Do you have a server? I do. Do you want a link? You can find it in my YouTube videos though, I think. Yep. Here you go, brother. Here you go. Let me pin it so you can all use it if needed. Great. Very interesting, insightful. Looking forward to this kind of content. Thank you, Shafin. Glad you liked it. Great. So let's just edit this list. I think only the sideboards is not perfect. Oh no, G-World too. I tried G-World, by the way, but it was a bit slow. To answer some of you who were saying like, don't you miss it happened? Like this court being a 5/5 court was already sometimes too expensive for me to drop. So I did, and I ended up cutting it. Let's go. So we cut G-Words and we cut one Sprite Matter to add them 3 charms, but I think they are in the sideboard, no? Sideboards? Where is sideboard now? Huh? Oh, here. Yeah, they were in that sideboard. So now we have that Mama, Sprite Mama in the sideboards. Sprite Mama, where you at? Mama. And then what are we missing? We are missing them adaptations. Where you at? Here. And then let's get back to the main and bring them charms. And the split is correct. Battlefields are correct. So that's about it. I'll just make the list public so everyone can see it. And I'll drop it to you. Merci. You French, Mike? I don't think you are, no? Or you French, brother? I don't think you are. Here's the list. You can all have it. I'll just pin this one instead. Like you can just like you know where to find the Discords. Is Foxfire ever good enough to play that winning Ahri deck I want? I don't like it. I don't think it's trash. I just think it's not good into Yi and Kaisa specifically. And like you could maybe sideboard it for like Victor, Hook Darius, whatever. But not so sure that it's good into these top decks. You could potentially run it though. Okay, from Quebec, gotcha. Count counter +1. So what does that make it? Did you guys count? Are we on like 7, 8 something cat counter? I think so, no? I think she did come in and out at least 4 times today, so that must be it. 8 right now. How about we jump onto that last part of the stream? I lost count. We should. I'll make sure to add a counter for next week. I'll find a way to do so. Let's jump onto that last part. Sorry, of the stream. I'll just update the stream title. How do top players score points react? So, there's been a video going around that also sparkled debate. That is a video by Games Deconstructed, which is a YouTube channel. And so this video is trying to give us answers, basically analytics, on how top players score points. Which seems like a very big topic. Like, you could say either by conquering or holding. That would be the simple answer. But like, there's still a lot to, like, how often do they conquer? How often do they hold? Do they do it intentionally? Do they do it like just because they have the opportunity to? Is that part of the game plan? Something like that. So I was kinda interested in watching that video, but I decided that we might as well watch it together, try to react, and also potentially like analyze slash debunk some of this. Because like I feel sometimes being result oriented, so like only focusing on maths is good but not perfect. And you need to add them elements of like overall understanding of the game and like where it's at right now to be able to have a complete overview. So I'll just bring on the headset and it's about 10 minutes, 12 minutes. So we are going to watch it together and react to it together, and hopefully it's good content and we learn a lot. And if not, we are going to like, I would not use criticize as the word, but like we are going to try and talk about some of these things. I should just stop the music, right? Is all I know. I pause this and then I think I have to unmute there so you guys can hear. Can you guys confirm that you hear perfectly? And if so, I'll just bring up the pen. Epic pen, where you at? Here. And we are getting started.
I've annotated and analyzed 40 top level.
Do you guys want me to try and like maybe some of you can't hear properly or something, like deaf people, whatever. So like, let's use them subtitles if you need. Feel free to let me know.
Riftbound games.
Is the sound good? Can you guys hear?
And analyzed 40 top level Riftbound games. 530.
Is it too strong compared to my voice though? Feel free to let me know.
30 turns taken, 539 points scored. To share with you how the game's top players are.
Sounds good, it's perfect. Okay, great. So what do they say?
539 points scored.
He analyzed 40 games, 530 turns taken, and 539 points scored. Okay, so something interesting already is we can see that we have an average of more than 1 point a turn over 530 turns, while you can't score on turn 1. Both players can't score on turn 1. So, like, let's say games are average like 10 turns, something like that, maybe more, 12 turns. 1/6 of it you can't score, so 1/6 of 530 is like 80. So 80 turns already you could not score, which means we have an average that's about a bit more than 1 point a turn. Interesting. So even though we are in a meta with these slower decks like Yi and Kaisa, even though that's the format we're in right now, we are still scoring a bit more than 8 point a turn. Pretty interesting. Also 13.5 turns per game on average. I've guessed like 12. I literally just guessed 12. So we are on the same wavelength, brother. Gotcha. Don't games that play Arena's greatest technically score on turn 1? Yup, true. I think it's abysmal. It's like probably like 1%, maybe 1.5% of the games. But like, yeah, true. Technically true.
To share with you how the game's top players actually get points, which mechanics they use to win, and a whole host of smaller insights. Chief among them, can Purple Yasuo actually go Hasagi? I'm Simon from Games Deconstructed, and
I like this guy.
I want to start
like
us off with a
jokes.
quick reminder of how you can actually score points in a game of Riftbound. And if you already know this, I promise I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. So the first way to score points is to move your units into a battlefield that you don't already control. They will fight whatever they find in there, might be opposing forces, might be nothing, and if they are the only ones left standing at the end of that process, you get control of the battlefield and get
So this
a point.
we know about, but I just
That's
let
called
it
a
roll
conquer.
for,
If these
like,
units
people who don't
stay at that battlefield until the start of your next turn, you get another point for what's called holding. If they survive yet another turn, you get another point, and so on and so forth. The
So
third
far, so
and
good.
by far
This we
the
knew
most
about.
niche way to get points is to play cards that mention point getting somewhere.
That's interesting. Do we have this in the stat analysis? I'd guess we have this in the stats that he analyzed. No, I'd guess we do. But like, once again, that's abysmal, right? Like, I would say probably you score points through cards like in below 0.1% of the games, no? Like, what scores points? Purple Yasuo? Green Ahri? Oh, potentially Green Ahri. potentially Green Ahri could bump it to like 0.5% or maybe 1%. But even Green Ahri decks don't like make this effect work most of the games. Like they don't resolve it so much.
In their rules text. I've briefly shown you
It must be
Yasuo, who gets points if you
below
can make him
0.1%,
zip
I
around the
think.
battlefield, but there's also Ahri Alluring, who
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
points if you're able to find her a nice home. And in terms of cards that actually see play in the current meta, there's the Arena's Great.
Oh, discounts. Yeah, true. Discounts. So it's more than 1% for sure. Because discounts. So like, it's played in Kaisa, it's played in Victor, it's played in... What else does play Discord? Like, it's played in some decks. So like, out of 500 games, I would not be surprised if you told me there were like 30, 40 games in which Discord was played. And then like, maybe even more than that. And then we still have the Green Ahri scenario. So yeah, it's probably 50 games out of the 500 something. So
a location that gives each player a point at the end of their first turn, effectively shortening the match by half a turn to maybe a turn. You need 8 points to win, which might occasionally be 9 due to the effect of another battlefield that's currently seeing play, this one called Aspirant's Climb, which raises the total
going over
needed
every
by
variable. I
1.
like that.
This one has kind of the opposite use case to Arena's Greatest. Late game decks use it to prolong the game by a turn or two. But getting that last point is a bit more complicated. If you get it by holding, great, you win. So if you're on 7 points and start your turn in control of a battlefield, you can probably start loading up those handshake muscles. But if you want to get that last point by conquering,
I like the setup so far.
you need to score both of the battlefields on that same turn. So your options for winning the game are hold one or both battlefields, hold one, then conquer the other, and conquer both on the same turn. So let's take a look at how our top
forgot
players...
half of it. Okay, so we are going to rediscover it together. In your case, I'm going to be discovering it. I've not seen it yet.
Actually score.
But I'm kind of getting excited because most of the time, people that are able to like create correct setups and not miss out on like some of this information are also people who are going to give out great stats, and you have a lot to learn about this. Because like if they just say like, okay, time warp is like, let's use a potential stat about a core that not everybody in this stream like, but I'm not going to drop out names because I'm not a snitch. It's me, the guy who does not like the court. If the stat is time warp, whenever activated, wins 34% of the games. It's huge, guys. I'd be like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, no way you play this card to lose the game, right? It's a game-ending card, so that's the point. So I would be like pretty mad at the stat. But like, if we say, okay, so time warp, being brought from the side deck gives Kaisa a 5% better win rate in game 2 into Yi than in game 1, then we have a more complete picture of what the card accomplishes in a certain specific situation. And this guy is like building up that kind of setup. So I already like it so far.
Shall we? So I laboriously went over 40 VOD games, primarily from Shanghai and the Runes and Rift Cash Tournament Finals, and noted down the source of every...
Okay, so we are theoretically using top players' content in like Shanghai Finals and Runes and Rift Cash Finals. So specifically top players, at least top of what was done at this time.
Single point. This is a great opportunity to give...
So also pretty good source of information.
A sub, by the way, if you feel like it. And here
if it's
are
good,
the
I will
results. 69% of all points were scored by conquering.
3.3. Okay, so it's way more. Others are way more than what I expected. Like, this is bigger than I expected. I thought it would be like 1.5 something because Arena's greatest, but it's bigger than expected.
28% via holding, and 3% came from other sources.
So not too surprised though, because like to hold you need to conquer, right? So like to hold you need to conquer, but to conquer does not mean you hold. So naturally, conquer is going to be way more percent rates than holding. That's for sure. And now you also have to add these scenarios in which like you know you are conquering, but only to like retreat or to force a spell or something like Falling Star, whatever, or to force a fox out. So you use conquer as a way to bait out a card, but you are at no point in the process you are aiming to ult. So yeah, 70-30 does not seem like that surprising. Of course, it's like not exactly that, but you get me. So far,
Primarily the arena's greatest, though I did have 2 Yasuo games in there, in both of which he was able to score at least 1 point. I wouldn't say that this split is unexpected. After all, you need to conquer at least once in order to hold a battlefield.
I like where this is going.
So I would expect
My brother
the first
from
to be
another
a bit more prevalent than the second. You can theoretically hold multiple times of a single conquer, but that would indicate that your opponent is not really making any efforts to fight back, because if they did destroy your units, you would need to reconquer before you could keep on holding. So this kind of echoes a piece of advice that I've heard thrown around lately. Don't try holding on to battlefields too much.
This is true. This is true. Most of the time, conquering then holding means... Okay, so he's probably going to talk about this. But let's do it. Let's predict. So far, he's been extremely sharp on like explanations, and I like it. So let's try to see if he's going to talk about this. But like, in a theoretical sense, if in a competitive game of Riftbound that is not already won, so like you still have to fight to win, you are not in the driver's seat or like not by a large margin, it's not over yet. If you manage to hold, that only means the one thing, most likely, or 2 things. 1, you won already. Your opponent does not have what it takes to contest you. Then you're going to win that game because you have too much board, blah, 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 whatever. 2, your opponent accepted, most likely not having a choice, but like accepted that they would give you a point, which is the most important resource in Riftbound, in exchange for tempo, so they can build up a base and have a bigger push next turn. One good example could be like Seth. You conquer in the early game, he does not have what it takes to fight you, so you're going to score a hold. But then what he's doing is like, he's dropping orange set, and then he's using Arena Boar on whatever, like Fiora, something he already had on board. And then next turn is coming at you with like big numbers. And so you conquered, you held. What's the point of giving away 3 units in the hope of potentially holding again? Like that does not make sense, right? So might as well, most of the time, like 99%, I'm exaggerating, but like 90% of the time, the best thing to do after holding is retreating. Because you can't score in that battlefield that turn. Because like you already held, at the beginning of the turn. And the next turn, your opponent is going to try and trade you back with the resources he set up the previous turn. So most of the time, when you're done holding, retreat. That's what you can do best, most of the time. Even your like turn ones that you're like, but it's only 2 might, it's cheap, whatever. It's not going to be useful. It's still 2 might. Like retreating a Poro can sometimes allow you to not use that anger, that discipline that you were holding onto, because you have that 2 might advantage already. So like, yeah, once again, as he's saying, I think as he's going to explain, when you're done holding, retreat.
Although I would be cautious about applying this as a rule of thumb, just because we've seen that about 30% of points do come off conquering. So if I were to readjust this bit of advice slightly, it would go something like, have a good reason for trying to hold for more than one turn. If you're playing against...
I can sub already. Like, you got me there.
It's a ramp deck, and they are not going to be fighting for the board in the first couple of turns, and you have an aggressive start, sure, go for it. If you've seen your opponent's hand, or they are in top
like,
deck
even
mode,
that is kind of not true. Like, he's saying if you have an aggressive start and they are not fighting for the boards, go for it. But like most aggro decks, tempo is the most important metric you have in your deck, and like even the slightest amount of might is crucial to your game plan. So you might as well not lose betting that, okay, they will probably not have, like, if Accelerate did not exist, I would be okay with that. But like, since Accelerate exists, you can't say they don't have a board, they can't challenge me. And so like, why just give free units if they have that Accelerate courts?
And you
Just
are
retreat,
winning
man.
on board.
It's free.
Also go for it. Otherwise, maybe try to limit yourself to holding for 0 to 1 times per conquer. There's also two interesting anecdotes that I found when exploring this data that I'm sure you will like as well. The first is that you can occasionally come across board states where players have kind of split the battlefield in half. One's holding one of the battlefields, the other is holding the other. This sort of impasse mostly arises of a combination of one of the players having cards that are stronger on defense, something like the Master Yi legend or the Ahri legend, and the other seeming a bit stronger on board.
I could see that, but at the same time, okay, maybe they are going to score like 2-3 points each of like that holding, but one of these players has to already be working towards building a base and like attacking at some point, because one of them is behind. Like, they can't both be ahead. So like, this situation exists, but most of the time it exists for like 2-3 turns max, and then one of them has to break the ceasefire,
or implying that they have interaction in hand, something Kai'Sa decks might do. This results in a standoff.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Something Kai'Sa might do. I was not expecting that, huh? So this is what it feels like to activate Falling Star over Falling Star. Kai'Sa, huh? Okay. I could see that YouTube subtitles. I could see that.
So content to score a point.
Like, how do Kai'Sa players feel when they chain Catherine Rain after using the 2 Falling Stars already? It's just like Kai'Sa, right? It's better than Sex, just so good.
Turn and stock up, waiting for the right moment to strike. Another anecdote is that in aggressive matchups, primarily Ahri versus Kai'Sa, but also Kai'Sa mirrors, there isn't really holding to speak of, maybe for that last final points. The points will mostly be garnered via a series of conquers and reconquers. There's constant trading of battlefields. I've seen games where there wasn't a single point for holding scored by either player of the two. And the reasons for this is that first, both of these...
Like, the strongest deck in the format is Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa is basically designed to prevent you from holding. So, like, makes sense.
Strategies kind of naturally slot into that playstyle that wants to be aggressive, but there's also the added incentive to get points from conquering rather than holding to activate the effect of Kai'Sa Survivor, which is a centerpiece of both of these decks and is immensely powerful provided you are on the offensive.
Yeah. Also, something that we have to consider is probably reverse row makes up for a few percent of these not holding points. Because like in reverse row, you are never holding. Like, you have Kai'Sa in there, they come at you with like Sentry, which is 1 might, you are retreating to base. So reverse row is like, you will never hold most likely. So this kinda makes up for some of these like status quo.
And if you want to see what other decks Kai'Sa Survivor is featured in, or create a deck that includes her yourself, there's no better place to do that than the partner for today's video. Tiltover Archive is the website to be when it comes to creating that.
What the fuck?
This video. Tiltover
just
Archive
like
is
YouTube subtitles trolling only names is never getting too old, man. Tiltover Archive. Like, you just had a bad game? It's fine. Just go to Tiltover Archive and things are going to get better, mates. Never gets too old, huh?
The website to be
when it comes to
creating decks, browsing.
I could just have a banger tweet at like quoting the video and saying everything I learned is that Kai'Sa is better on Tiltover Archive, and that would be so good already. Thank you for the follow, user.
Lists from other players and top tournaments alike, and keeping track of your collection. Thank you, piltoverarchive.com, for partnering
This
with
one-
me for
this
this
one is
video.
correct, Piltover
Now, another
Archive.
thing I thought of examining here is how prevalent are turns where a player scores 2 or more points. Well, realistically, apart from the Yasuo examples, it's going to be 2 points. And out of the turn where any points were scored, 58% of the time it was just a single point.
Okay, so these are all of the turns in which a single point at least is scored. So we obviously don't have the turns like turn ones and stuff that we were talking about earlier. Then part of it is Arena's greatest, but like not so much. But that's pretty interesting though. I would have seen something like basically scoring double points is a big shift in the game. Like this means you were able to generate enough pressure to be able to contest both at once, which is kind of hard for most decks, except maybe Kaisa. So maybe Kaisa is rigging the stats a bit. But like, I feel like that's huge. I would have said probably something like 75-25. Like 75 here and 25 here, if I had to guess. Because like, I feel when you are scoring that double point, most of the time, so like maybe 80% of the time, I would have said, you are in the driver's seat, probably winning that game. So interesting data. Let's see how much further this could
But
go.
an impressively high 42% of the time,
Yeah, impressively
it was
high,
2+
exactly
points that were scored.
I would have
On
thought it
2
would be way
occasions, it was
less.
actually 3 points, thanks to Yasuo going crazy mode. This indicates to me that there's a great deal of explosivity in the format right now. You'll have big blowout turns where the state of who's winning will change considerably,
Yup, big
especially when
shifts.
cards like
Exactly.
Thousand-Tailed Watcher enter play. But even when those turns happen, that doesn't mean that the game immediately calcifies into one player winning for the remainder of it. There's still possibility of a back and forth,
Yeah,
possible
that's
double
kind of what
conquers from the
40%
other side,
implies,
and the
which is
game being
surprising.
turned around. Another factor that inflates these numbers slightly is the popularity of dazzling Aurora decks. Their game plan is to spend the first 2 turns ramping, usually giving up all board presence, but
Oh, because then you are holding with the big bodies and then you can conquer with Dead Bloom and you score 2 points. But like that also has to be abysmal, right? Like that also has to be something like, yeah, you have to have resolved Aurora and then it remains on the board and then it resolves several times so you can both hold and hit Dead Bloom. That's probably like not so many of these games, right? I'm wanting to buy a third Kaisa, but I should probably
making
wait
up for
until
that
after
with
you've
the
done. Yeah,
ability
probably,
to play
yeah,
Aurora
if
turn
you're talking
3
price
or at
range.
worst turn 4. Once that happens, they start dropping massive bombs every turn. As a result, they tend to get both double scored on in the early game, which they forsake, and double scored themselves in the mid to late
Oh
game,
yeah, I
which
did
they
not
want.
see that, but that's true. That could only go the other way around. In like they concede both battlefields, so this contributes to, and I think it's more like it, right? Like they give up both battlefields, so this is 100% of the time they are losing both of them, and like the opponent is double scoring. So I definitely see it. Like okay, great. I miss out on that. Thank you, brother, for
To
getting
win.
me there.
And indeed,
Yeah,
if
that
we
also
take
works for
just
the
the Aurora
opponents, of
games on our
course.
list, 62% of the time a player scored, it was a 2
Yeah. That's it. So it's kind of rigging, because like whenever you are on Aurora, 60% plus of the time you or your opponent are scoring twice a turn.
with
Yeah, that makes
38%
sense.
of turns being single pointers.
Did I tell you I like
Again,
that guy
that's
already?
out of turns where at least 1 point was scored.
This
So
is
this gives
sharp
us an
stats.
expected cadence for games.
Sharp
If you play like
data.
the top players do, you can expect about 2/3 of your points to come from conquering and to score 2 points on a bit less than 50% of your turns. If you're playing an aggressive matchup, more points will come from those conquers and less from holding, whereas if one of the players is playing an Aurora strategy, there will probably be a higher likelihood
Just summing
of
it up
double
nicely,
point
like that.
turns. But these points are, of course, in service of winning. So let's take a look at how players actually accomplish winning the game. 42% of victories came off a hold or a double hold.
Great.
20% of a
Can I move this aside? I think I can, right? Yeah, I can. So it's 42% of holding, then 20% of holding and conquering, then 40, like, it's almost equal. Like, this and this are the same. These are 40%, like, it's not much of a difference. So, like, basically, 40% holding, 40% conquering, and then hold plus conquer is 20%. So, I'd say, like, this is weird games. This is mostly Yi, I think. Also, what do we do about conceded games? Like, I'm against Yi. We are on 6 points. I see that Yi has like Dead Bloom in the battlefield, White Flame in another, and Zonia's. Game is doomed. I concede. Do we consider this a win by holding? Or is it none of these? Because like that changes stats too. Because like I feel like Yi, most of the time you scoop the game before you actually lose because you know what's going to happen. Like you know you can't break it or you know you can. And like double conquer, I could see that. I guess this is Kaisa mostly. Like Fox, Darius, blah 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 blah. I could see that.
Hold and then a conquer, and 38%.
We would need to know
conquer.
more about this.
The double conquers are probably the most exciting of the three. If you're holding or double holding for that matter for the win, there is a point on your opponent's turn where the game is already decided. But that is not the case with a double conquer. With a double conquer, that means a final turn turnaround, especially in situations where the opponent
Do they have conquer here?
was set to win themselves if you don't take over both battlefields. And that double conquer may be the result of a big, explosive bomb card coming down. Something like a Watcher, a Grand Stratagem, or a dedicated
like
double conquer combo like Vi.
I think Annie needs to be
Right
aggressive though.
I'm going to leave it to you to decide if 38% of games ending in a big swing like this is an exciting playing environment for you personally, but having watched over 12 hours of VODs in preparation for this, I can say that it makes for a good viewing experience, so there's that.
Yeah. Double conquers to win the game are pretty cool, I agree with that.
And finally, there's one last bit of insight that I wanted to share, and I might actually need your help with this one. I wanted to take a look at what the win rates were depending on if players went first or second. And before I share the results, I have to stress that this is by no means a big enough sample size to say anything final. But in the games I analyzed, the player go...
That makes sense though. That makes sense. To be fair, so far in Riftbound, a best of 3 is like, if you don't win dice, you have to find a way to win one of the 2 games you are going to go second to win the best of 3. And so we are on 3 games average. So you need to win 30% of them. Let's say like you lost dice, so you have 2 games, going second. Like you lose the first one, then you go first, game 2 you win, then game 3 you're going second again, and you have 30% average. So like you need to win one of these. Not having 50% means that you are unlikely, like you would need 3+ games to make it theoretically 100% rates, right? So this means like, yeah, it feels tougher to play going second because you play from behind. And like even as like the best of 3 unfolds, you kind of have to make up for losing that dice at the beginning of game 1 or like whatever. So like that's an interesting stats to have. I feel like that's also kind of biased because like if we are talking about a deck like Kaisa is of course slightly stronger going first, but I also think she has great things going her way going second. Like she can drop a turn 1 for 2 energy and still have an energy open to play Extec Ray potentially. That gives her some strong lead going second. If we are talking Yi, you'd much rather go first than go second. And so on and so on. Like most of these decks have either an extremely strong going first and then is weaker going second, or are basically good at both. Kaisa does not have an extremely strong go first plan. Like, it's just an overall good deck that can move things around and like retake battlefields, but you don't have that big piece of like holding that makes the difference, right? Compared to like Yi, which is like 10 Might White Flame or Dead Bloom with Zonia or whatever. So, but I can kind of see it. Remember that also this needs to add up to 1, right? So like if we go down to like 0.6 here, so down 0.1, then we are also it's actually here, my bad. Okay, 0.6, so 0.6. Then we go up to 0.4 here. So like increasing 0.1 here is actually like 0.2 difference reduction or increase, depending on where you're looking at. So I'm not so surprised by this data, but I think it's interesting to have. And I still think going first is like not absolute, but still puts you in a favorable spot in some of like these matchups, especially into Yi. Like you have a much better win rate going first if you are Yi, and you have a much better going first if you are playing against Yi. So that might be rigging that too. Also, Aurora, you have a much better win rate if you go first.
Going first won 70% of the time, with the ones going second obviously winning the remaining 30%. And yes, even Aurora decks chose to go first when they had that option most of the time.
Yeah.
I asked around, and it seems commonly believed that going first does net you an advantage in Riftbound. And based on our results, it might look like it's a...
I mean, there's that concept that I talk about all the time. I will talk about it once again because it's like crazy important. Like there are 3 resources in Riftbound, right? The 3 pillars of Riftbound, if you will. The first one is resources. So cards in hands and runes on boards. So the first pillar is resources, right? Resources. The second pillar of game elements is tempo. So tempo is basically how much boards did you develop, how many units are there, how many units are ready to fight, how many units do you have in base ready to reconquer. So basically it's about that board state. Who has the board state, if you wanted to sum it up quickly. And then the third one is points. And it not only is it the third one, but it's the most important, because you can't win directly through resources. You can't win directly through tempo. Having a billion units on board is not going to win you the game because you have a billion units. But potentially it's going to win you the game because you are able to use them to score that 8th point. And so basically, not only does the player going first have an advantage in resource even before the game starts, like the game has not started, we have not drawn our cards, but I'm going first, I have an advantage in points. But also does he have to like apply, his opponent, has to apply that half point theory. Half point theory is simple. It's like, I'm going first, I conquer, I score, I'm at 1, right? You are going second, you conquer the other battlefield, you score, you're at 1. Then I hold, I'm at 2. You hold, you're at 2. I hold, I'm at 3. You hold, you're at 3. And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. 7, you get to 7. I get to 8. I win the game. You don't get to 8. And so basically, the point is to say, not only do you have to play from a points deficit, even before the game starts, but also you know that you are behind and that you will need to fight back at some point. And that means you are the one having to push and you are the one taking the risks. And your opponent can play a much more laid back, slow style, having you come crashing into his boards, defending them, using resources from his hand. But like, he can play a slow paced style while you really can't. So that's, even though it's nothing like, you don't start with an extra point, it's almost as important, if not more. And it's like pretty important in this like 0.7, 0.3 rate, in my opinion. It's way harder because game mechanics to play going second than going first.
Fantastic advantage. But on a
Once
sample
again,
size this
it's only
small,
my
this is
theory,
just
but like rather rational, right?
40 games, there isn't enough evidence to say that, hey, you're 70% likely to win if you go first.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah,
difference
of
may
course.
be as small as 5%, a 55-45 split in
It's
favor of the
more than
person
that.
going
It's like
first.
at least 60-40 for sure. Like the difference is too big. And like once again, giving just 5% of extra win rates to going first takes away 5% of extra win rate for going second. So basically, it's already 55-45. It's already a 10% gap.
And the results that we see in the 40 matches here could arise by random chance. As such, I would like to establish exactly how big of an advantage going first is in Riftbound, and I might need your help. So if you have been collecting data on what your win rate is going first versus going second, share that with me in the comments, get in contact with me through some other way, and we will get to the bottom of this eventually. Thanks a lot for watching, and a special thank you to the
Interesting.
patrons over on patreon.com.
I did like the video. What did you guys think? Was it an interesting watch? Was it too deep? He's staring into my soul. Yeah. So, actually, yeah. He has a pretty deep stare.
This is going second.
He has
Share
a
that with
pretty
me in the
deep stare
comments.
for
Get in
sure.
contact with me.
But did you guys like the watch? Was it too deep? I kind of like these technical concepts. I think it's important that you are able to break down these maths to like basically as the more you understand about the game plan, game mechanics and stuff, the more you are able to understand what you need to do or what your opponent needs to do to win these games. And then that's when it gets good, because then you can kind of predict or force them to commit in scenarios that they can't avoid. So like, I think it's pretty interesting. And I really liked the video, and like most of what I was saying, he was saying it after, but like it's his video, so of course I did not see it, but I agree, right? I agree. Love the stats. Okay, great. I might upload it on YouTube. I thought it would just be a cool watch to end the stream, but I liked it. So I might upload it on YouTube. I might reach out to see if he's okay with me like publishing the react to it on YouTube, because I think it's pretty interesting. Put the stats from CJ Arena. I know how to beat ye finally. There's a lot to work on to beat ye, but it's far from impossible. In my opinion, one of the big weaknesses that you can find in both Yi and Keisa are their strength is being extremely good at generating effective big pushes, not generating several pushes. So if you manage to create scenarios in which you can counter whichever pushes they can use, they don't have an option to combine them together. Keisa is a bit better at doing that, but like not by a large margin. So in my opinion, what you should look for game plan wise is like drive them down a road that's getting thinner, and you are trying to meet them at the end and say, okay, now you have to play X or Y or Z, and I can counter X, Y, and Z, and you don't have any way to work around that. Question about the Ahri deck. Have you considered the block card? Yes, I did. Not so bad of a card, but pretty useless in 2 mostly to play into spells, so I did not end up choosing block as an option. Not so bad into Yi though. Could consider it into Yi. So maybe something you would want to look at, but I don't like the card so much. It's only especially good if you're playing from ahead, and if you're playing from behind, it's useless. Drive them down the road towards the cliff and jump out. Got it. Exact plan. Word for word what I said. Hope you guys liked the stream. It was great. It was a great time. We're going to look for a red to end this up. And potentially a Riftbound one, if we could find some. More people have been playing Riftbound lately though. So that's cool. Riftbound, we have... Who do we have? Ooh, my bad, I clicked. Oh, we raided that guy. Past week. I think. And he now has 92 viewers. Huge. Houston testing reviews. And we have... Okay, so it's a VTuber crew. 3 VTubers streaming together already. Booster unboxing, Houston testing reviews, and viewer battles. So do we go to the VTubers? Did you guys enjoy the VTuber experience last week? Because we rated them, I think. Or do you want to go to the Houston testing review? What do you think, guys? Great stream. Looking forward to see you playing the Ahri deck. I will bring it at locals this weekend, and I will try to get you content, and I will try to upload it to the gameplay channel. By the way, if you've not done it yet, exclamation mark YouTube in the chat, and you can sub to all my YouTube channels. Gameplay, votes, and videos. I'm sleeping soon, so I have no stake in it. Let's just read that original snack guy, and we'll see what is going on there. Down with VTubers? Okay, let's go for VTubers then. Let's read Tampa Mao. Let's read the VTuber crew. Tampa Mao. Let's go. You guys can join the Reds. When is Randy making his VTuber debut? Interesting question. I don't have intel on that matter right now, but I will ask him for sure. Thank you, Mini. You can just use all of these, if you will, to try and get to my contents, whichever one. You think more people will join once more product become available? Yeah, for sure. And time also. Time is an important matter in like building card games. Like, people most of the time are on the back foot, like, yeah, but is this going to last? Like, I don't want to commit into something that is risky and spend my money for something that I'm not sure I will get, like, will be played for a long time. I think in like 3, 4, 5 sets, people are going to be like, okay, it's solid now. Like, let's get there. It's solid. Riftbound is going to stay. Anyway, that was a cool stream. Thank you guys for being here. As per usual, votes on YouTube throughout the week. So feel free to get there, drop by, and watch the content. Once again, if you just landed and you missed it, vote is also free on both Twitch and YouTube starting tomorrow morning. Twitch starting right now, so feel free to get a look. Remember that I'll see you this Sunday to cast the Robotas Cup starting 1 p.m. Paris time. And with that being said, hope I see you guys there. Hope you have a great rest of the day wherever you are. It was so much fun. Thanks for being here with me and hearing me yap, and bye bye everyone. Love.